Okay, folks, good morning. Happy Sunday. Well, we had an extremely productive day yesterday. We were able to finish all of the main painting on the barriers. Got the weights for them. Haven't painted the weights. Not sure what I'm going to do with that at this point. I'm not going to cogitate over it because they're certainly usable. They look a lot better than they did last week. The barriers, the weights on the barriers, yep. And then the gates, we we primed them, which took forever, considering what it was. And then I'm like, I'm not going to use an airbrush for this. I'm going to just hand paint them. And I hand painted them and weathered them. And they look good, but I don't think it's the look I was looking for. Now, with that said, they turned out just like the back of them, which is really what I wanted, kind of extra oxidized. Maybe they're just in a really wet environment, which they would look like this. It's just, and they don't look bad. The effect on them, it looks really good. It's a little bit more orange. I was thinking, I didn't really have a vision of how I wanted them to turn out when I started doing that, which is kind of strange that I guess it didn't really matter that much, you know? I'm going to move forward with it. I'm not going to repaint them, but, and it might be a couple of things. It might be a thing that all the gates are exactly the same. And you see people that build gates and they've got just made out of garbage, you know? So like not every gate would be the same. And these are all like basically like factory gates. As a matter of fact, I actually found a picture of these. I don't know if they make them anymore. They were on Etsy. I didn't get them off of Etsy, but see if I can show you. I can see it here. Yeah, I can't visit the site. It won't let me go to it. But these are the set of gates that I got. Now, I didn't get them from Etsy. I got them from a vendor that actually carried them. And I really don't like the start gate things like that in red. They'll work. I think I'm going to make I really like, even though I like my coloration better than this one, this looks pretty freaking cool. And that one's even more orange. I don't like this one as much as the way mine turned out. But if you built this thing and ran the race in Florida, it'd look like this. It would be, it'd be orange rust in no time. You know. However, if I did do something like, let's say something like this, that was more metallic looking, which this is pretty cool, then I've got to go in and paint the actual individual rust on the spots. And that would take forever and a day. So, after going back and forth, I'm pretty happy with it, all in all. Now, I'm going to put my own spin on this because this is the gate stuff that comes with them. There's one for each one, and it's like clear plastic, and it's red, but you think, oh, that's handy if it's going to be illuminated, but it's not illuminated. It's just a piece of red plastic. And it's supposed to fit in this slot up here like so. And it never does. It's all kind of like limp and stuff like that. And it's a little too, like, perfect. A little too perfect. So I think I'm going to attempt to do something this morning, and I don't know, it's nothing permanent, but you have this nice little spot here where there's nothing on it. And I have made signs and stuff like that, and stuck them with stickum for my French buildings. So I don't know that I'm going to permanently mark them, but I wouldn't mind like making a sign for one of them, and then putting them here, and then putting it on stickum. It should be relatively easy to do because this will work, but it looks a little too like this doesn't go with this. It just, they look like they're from different worlds. And we've got some drippings that we want to do on these barriers as well. So that's what we're going to work on this morning. But yeah, it's and this isn't helping either. I'm looking at this and it's like, whoa, Nelly, you know. So let me do a little bit of maintenance up here and get some of this stuff out of the way. And the very first thing we're going to do is flip this over. Okay, now we've got some peace of mind. Okay. They already look better. That was like an eyesore. An eyesore looking at that. So let's take one of these. Let's take one of these barriers here, and let's get good old strong tone. Any of these will work. And a brush we can count on. And see if we can't make it better. Or I just need to leave it alone. I don't know if that makes that much of a difference here. I want to say it's better. I want to say it is. This is actually a step that I enjoy quite a bit. Now, I know they're not all exactly the same. I want to say it looks better. It makes this yellow pop more. Yeah, and then you can do stuff like, this is like dirty water that collects when it rains. I want to say that's better. Okay. Yeah. I don't know what this is supposed to represent. In my mind, this represents concrete. A concrete slab. It's there. Yeah, this strong toe is super, super useful. It definitely needs this in this crack in the green and the yellow. We did do that, didn't we? Not enough. It looks better. As it should. This is the kind of detailing that it's going to make it look a lot better at 3 and 4 feet away. All the shadows kind of pop. And I like this MDF material. It's a pain to glue. However, when it's glued, it paints really well. It has no flash, so that's a plus. And it doesn't really have a texture. Like if it was wood or something like that, you'd have to worry about dry brushing it and making it looks like it's wood. Stuff's pretty smooth. It's just sometimes as smooth as plastic. But the paint adheres to it pretty well. So if I make my own custom labels for the gates, there's no reason to label them gate 1, gate 2, gate 3, gate 4. They could have different names. Because when you're looking at it, it's not confusing. It's not like you're going to go from this one and then you're going to go to that one and you're going to crisscross like a figure 8. I mean, you could do that, but so I think I'm going to think on that and maybe make some stuff on yeah, this is it's looking a lot better. That looks really good. Excellent. That's what we want. We want another positive freaking day like yesterday. Had a freaking great day yesterday. Yeah, it's ever so slightly better. So I gotta start collecting corrugated cardboard. Anytime I come across any packaging that's got any corrugated cardboard, we're gonna keep that. We can use that for different stuff. So I'm looking at this, and one of the reasons this looks so darn good is there's a lot of different colors in here. Although it's plain, you basically got concrete and yellow paint, but there's more to it than that. There's a lot more depth to it, and I think we're going to probably do some of this with the gates. Do the same kind of treatment. Good morning. Happy Sunday. Everybody's on Sunday, right? Even people on the other side of the date line still, I think it's early enough, it's still Sunday for everybody. So once we get these completely done and the gates, that's all the terrain I own. I suspect I'll probably make everything else. Okay, we'll do a little bit of drippings on this. Not too much, but just something like that. You know, it should have the same. The terrain should have the same kind of look as. When will I stream DBA? I don't know. I don't play it anymore. I did it for 18 years. Not going back. No regrets. I don't regret playing it, and I don't regret not playing it anymore. So. It's holding me back from doing other things. And droves of people weren't showing up to play it at the convention. If droves of people were showing up to play it at the convention, I probably would still be doing DBA. You know. So we'll do videos of this. You know, if I'm playing something, I'm doing videos of it. I'm just not playing anything these days. Nothing that's, you know, miniatures like this. And now I saw on one of the sites, I forget which one it was, might have been on Facebook, that now they're coming out with a 4.0 and everybody's arguing about it. Like, I don't need that shit. You guys do whatever you want. We'll do whatever the hell we want. And you know, there's people that I game with, they still do DBA, and I don't poo-poo them for it. I'm just like, I'm tired of trying to solve problems that aren't solvable. Nobody showed up to play at Historicon was probably the nail in the coffin. That was probably the go through all that effort and like, oh, I live close by, but I can't make it. You know. It's like, man, there's other stuff I want to do, and it's keeping me from doing it, playing this other game. And it's like, if people aren't coming to play this other game, why am I, you know? And I want to move on to something else. It's time to move on. And gaming for me isn't therapeutic. It's like, man, I had a hard game. I had a hard day at work today. Let me go to get some gaming in. Yeah, I could do that. I'll fire up a computer. But, you know, packing everything up, setting it up, going to play with people, staying up too late, all to get back into the whole chase the next morning and be sleep deprived. It just isn't fun enough. On the weekends, sure. I just got a group of people that don't game on the weekends. Or early. I'm not worth a shit staying up late. I'm not. I'm up at 5 a.m. every day. I don't care whether it's Saturday, Sunday, Monday. I got to get up at 5 a.m. for work, so I might as well get up every morning at 5 a.m. I got to get up at 5 a.m. for work, so I'm not rushed in the morning for work. I get rushed at work enough. But I was a night owl. I'd stay up till 2 or 3 in the morning when I was 21, 22, 23, 19, 20. I really enjoy this part right here. So way back when there was a guy, before the Great Schism, there was a guy that was running all the Ohio DBA stuff, and he took it a step that I would have never done. He ran all the games, he provided all the prizes out of his own money, so I understand, and he didn't play. I'm like, okay, I don't mind running events, but I'm fucking playing in them. Because otherwise, what's in it for me? Just watching children, Well, I might as well run events that I don't have any stuff for or paint for. Because if I'm going to run an event for DBA and I paint DBA armies, I want to fucking use them. But this guy provided all the prize support out of his own money and didn't play. And he ran the event. And eventually, even with all that stuff that he was doing, people weren't showing up to play. So he just stopped doing it. And nobody took up the helm, and it died there. He was doing 120% of the work, and nobody was showing up for it, and nobody was willing to do 50% of the work to keep it going. And I got burned out of people not showing. I get really burned out with a lot of people who are like, oh, when are you playing DBA? And it's not really the world, because people all over the world, wherever you are, watching the DBA videos, they're very appreciative, but they're spread all over the place. Like, I want to interact with people and stuff like that. So they put out these videos and like, well, what do you guys play? Well, we play just outside of Orlando twice a year. We have the convention there. Oh man, I live right there. I said, when's the next convention? Well, you just missed it by 2 weeks. Now you gotta wait, 6 months for the next convention. All right, I'll be there. And I'd remind them when it was coming. Oh yeah, I'll be there. And then he'd come up with excuses why they wouldn't show up. And meanwhile, we're driving 14, 15 hours to go to Historicon, spending not large amounts of money, but, spending large amounts of vacation time to go up there. And people that are, an hour away can't be bothered to go to the show. Yeah, it just gets old after a while, You went to Historicon last time, and all the players were basically our local players. Well, shit, we could have stayed at home in Florida and just played here. It doesn't mean I wouldn't go to Historicon. I just wouldn't go with, the idea of doing a certain thing, It's their convention up there. If they're not interested in running a game that you want to play in, it's not your responsibility. Like, you're driving halfway across the fucking country. So it's just stuff like that. It's just like, it just kind of ran its course. I could still be playing with, 6 to, well, it's not true. 4 to 6 people that show up at each one of the conventions. It's not worth putting the rest of the things that I want to do on hold to do that. And it's not like I didn't have fun playing it. I played like 3,000 fucking games of it. I mean, But you know, I haven't made a DBA video in how many years has it been? Has there been anybody out there doing DBA videos? I don't mind doing the videos. That's not like a big torture or anything. Like, we had fun playing the games. Cool stuff happens that's almost unbelievable. That's why I started doing the filming. And this might be entertaining to see what kind of oddities and coincidences happen within a game, and you know, probably why I played the game for almost 20 years, because it's a great game. I mean, has anybody out there went out and put videos out? I don't know. I haven't searched for it. I wouldn't be surprised if they hadn't. It's not hard to do. I'm not a technology guy. I mean, this is what I do. I paint shit. I like doing this. I don't like tinkering. Like, okay, how can we make the video better? I ain't got time for that. If I do that, then I'm not doing any painting. And there's people that don't paint that could be perfectly good at that and that enjoy that. I don't enjoy that. My wife will say, "Well, you don't like technology." I said, "It's not that I don't like technology. I hate that they fucking change it constantly. And it's not, like, stand still, man. Enjoy what you have, not just keep changing it just for the sake of changing it." 23 people. Welcome. So, now, with that said, I learned a lot of really valuable stuff playing that game for a long time. I don't regret playing it. It's got nothing to do with it. I learned a lot of stuff that I probably would not have learned had I not played that particular game. And one of the things that I learned was playing a game to its conclusion. I don't know that I could play a game again that's like, all right, well, we only made it through a fourth of the game turns, so this is probably what would have happened. I'm like, I'm out. I'm not playing that. I'm not wasting my time for well, who knows what happened. So probably won't get involved in anything that you can't finish. Also, don't ever want to play a game that has two people on opposing sides with a game master, and you have to ask the other people to leave, or you have to call the game master outside the room and to tell them about hidden movement or something like that. Like, that burns the clock up like crazy. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in that. I'm not interested in playing a game that you have a 4 hour session and they spend the first hour and a half explaining how the rules are, because you may hate the rules. Never play it again. You'll never get that hour and a half back. You know. Stuff like that. And then you go and you play something like DBA where you have, even if you lose, you're having a good experience. And go to some other game where has multiple people in it and it takes you an hour to get into action. And you're like, this just feels flat. And I also learned from doing the videos is I really enjoy talking about what my options are out loud. I think it helps viewers. It helps me process stuff. Not that I have a processing disorder, but as we all get older, you know, run out of RAM and stuff, I like to talk about, well, I could do this, but, you know, this could happen, or I could do, you know, and just kind of like, I enjoy doing that. Instead of like, you know, do a move and then nobody knows why the hell you did it, right? But we hadn't played this game in like 7 years. And before I started designing cars and realized them that they're not how I wanted to design them, because I don't want to design cars necessarily that are perfect. I want to design cars that have that you have to play them a certain way. I wanted to play the game before I did that again, and I'm glad I did that because it's like it's almost like I never played the game before. That looks good. That looks really, really good. I'm really happy with that. I'm really, really happy with that. And they feel so much better with this extra weight on them. The only thing about the extra weight is it's got, you know, half ounce Fe on it. So what is that? Iron, half ounce ferrous written on it. I may paint over it. I'm not gonna cogitate over it. That's not gonna keep me from using them in a battle, in a game. Man, everybody quiet today. Well, it's better than people coming in here and arguing. And I like to give away all my secrets that I do. Well, how'd you do that? I don't mind doing it. What I don't want to do is respond to somebody in one post on Facebook about how I painted something. Because if people are too lazy to watch my videos, and I don't necessarily mean this video that who knows how long it's going to be, right? Even though it has a fast forward button. But people are too lazy to watch, you know, 10-minute, 30-minute videos, 20-minute videos, whatever, on how to do something. Plus, that's a lot of work, how to do something, making those type of videos. So if I'm going through all that work and I'm doing something that I don't particularly find enjoyable to do, and nobody watches them, that's not necessarily some positive reinforcement for me to do more of those videos. If I'm filming a game, well, I'm playing the game anyways, right? I'm not editing anything. All I got to do is just, you know, do an intro, do an outro. You know, if I do an outro, put some music at the beginning, done. I'm going to play the game anyways. I don't mind bringing you guys along. But making a specific video for viewership, it puts an idea in your head that you should get this X number of views. And when you don't get that number of views, you're bummed out. You're like, man, I really wanted to do A, but my viewers want me to do Q. So let me do Q because I probably should get at least 3 times as many views as I normally do because that's what people want to see. And then you don't get that. You're like bummed out. Like, man, I just gave up my whole Sunday or Saturday for the people and it's not what I wanted to do. So I'm going to do what I'm going to do. If people like it, that's cool. If they don't, well, they'll tune in to something else. But I don't mind, you know, saying, hey, how do you do that? I'll explain it to people in detail. What I don't want to do is go on Facebook, for instance, and people say, hey, what colors did you use? What did you do? And I type all this stuff out, and the person doesn't respond to me like, thanks, and I don't know if anybody else sees it. I don't know if it's doing anybody any good. And I'm not a fan of writing shit out because, you know, I do enough of that on a daily basis and people don't pay attention. So I don't need more of that in my life. You know, there's a couple of blogs that I know, the people that do blogs that that do phenomenal work, and they write a lot of stuff out, and they take a lot of beautiful pictures, and they take some up close video, and they explain everything. And you look at the comment section, and nobody's commented on it. Like, that's just a bummer. I mean, unless the guy is doing that, enjoys doing all of that extra production, that's not necessarily some reinforcement for you to do that kind of effort level. That's why I see something I like, I give him a thumbs up. You know, I don't have to kiss the guy's ass, but just like, hey, let the guy know that you're interested in his content, and it's one click, man. You know, and just tell him, you know, you're interested in the content and you appreciate what they're doing. You know, some positive reinforcement. You know, some people go to the other extreme. Oh, let me do a Patreon, and I don't want to take anybody's money, right? Let's take Google's money, right? They're making money off of you. You know, you don't know. Take their money. I don't want your money. You know, that's too complicated. You know, setting up a Patreon. I don't care about all that stuff. You know. You know, if I could retire on that and do that and not go to my regular job, okay, maybe. All right, but this is just going to be just like a side gig. I said I'd do videos for free as long as it's not costing me money to make videos. Well, that's, you know. But I want to. I remember when I started doing DBA events, the kind of the because I've always run games. I just never ran tournaments, right? And I always ran games that were competitive. It's not like they weren't competitive. They just weren't tournaments per se, where you would actually win something, right? So when I started running events, the kind of the way it was done was they would collect like $3 or $5 from everybody that played, and they would use that money to either either the person organizing the event would make like a trophy, like at a trophy shop or something like that. And then they would take the monies to cover that, or they would take the monies and go to one of the vendors, and the vendors would do like a gift certificate, like here's $40, get me a gift certificate for 20, one for 15 and one for 5, or whatever, however it broke down, you know. And then the winners would get first, second, third would, you know, here, and you could use that for credit to buy this one vendor stuff. And I just realized I really don't like, there's things I really don't like to do, and I really don't like asking people for money. I just don't like doing it. I don't like when people ask me for money, and I don't want to be that person to ask them for money. So I automatically did not want to do that. Um, and if you go to a trophy shop, I'm telling you, you got to go on my own time and tell them, okay, I want this written on it, and then constantly be like, did you write? No, you did it wrong. I don't need that kind of turmoil in my life, you know, where you constantly have to babysit somebody. Like, this is what I want. I have it written down, and then they do it wrong, and, you know, all the incompetence. So I'm like, I automatically didn't like that. So I'm like, I got to come up with something else, because I like the idea of going to an event, winning it, and then like having some memento about this event, just you can recall on, you know, whatever. So I'm like, I'm just going to make my own awards, and I'll put them in a $1 frame. I'm not going to ask anybody for money. I can afford, you know, $6 or $8 worth of, you know, donation, you know, each convention, you know, out of my own pocket, because they're fun to do, you know. I'm going to get some of them, you know, and they'll look good, and, you know. So I go to Walgreens and with PowerPoint make a thing, and with some background art, and put it in a little $1 frame, and bam, there you go. It's something to, you don't have to pay anything for it, you know. Doesn't mean anything, like you're the world's champ, no, but it's just a fun little memento of, you know, that you won with an army and you had a good time with some friends. Because if you have a game like DBA, where there's a first, second, third, you're going to have the same people show up every time, and the same people are going to win every time. That's pretty discouraging as a new player. Like, I got to pay money, give hours of my time just so this guy could whoop my ass and he gets another prize. I mean, you know, I'm like, I don't like asking people for money. I don't. So that worked pretty well, you know. You know, I'm gonna start doing. I start doing stuff like that when it becomes too much of a pain in the butt. I stop doing it. You know. Now they do things a different way. Now they have Zoom meetings on how they're gonna, or so I hear. Zoom meetings on who's gonna run one event. That's too complicated. That's too complicated. You know, Zoom meetings, Teams meetings, all that reminds me of just bullshit that happens at work. I'm like, I don't need work bullshit to transfer to my personal life, right? People still don't listen. You can do all the meetings in the world. People that don't listen are not going to listen anyways. You know, that's too much politics and drama and shit like that. So what I learned from that is, I'll do what I want to. I'll do what I want to do, and people are going to show up if they want to, and if not, my happiness of gaming doesn't need to rely on X number of people showing up for a game. You know, likewise, I'm not. I'm never gonna. I'm never gonna run a game at a convention. It's too restrictive, time wise, and I have to set up, and I have to take down, and I have to worry about randos coming into a game that don't know how to behave with miniatures and might be damaging shit, or or having a bad attitude. I'm like, I'll play the game when I want to with who I want to, and I don't mind showing it to the world, but you know, there's some people that play games. I'm sure some of you guys have people in your game group, right, that probably have a bad attitude. I have this one guy that I know that he had a game group, and that had a couple dozen players. And there was this one. There's two guys that he claims were a problem. They'd have a bad attitude. They'd get upset. They'd throw dice. But those motherfuckers would show up every time. So all they do is when you have two bad apples in 10, the 8 other apples that are good don't make the two better. The two bad ones bring everybody down. You know, and you can't have people that are just like they're there every time and all they do is ruin the experience for everybody else. Like, and if you're playing in a public setting, you can't really say, hey, don't fucking come here. It's like, well, this isn't your house. This is a convention, right? Well, if you play at your house, you can. Like, sorry, you're not invited. You don't know where I live. And with that said, most people are decent. I've played, I don't know, hundreds of people in DBA, just for an example, only because I got records for that. Hundreds of people in DBA, over 100 easily. How many people would I never play another game with again? Maybe 3. It's definitely 2, maybe 3. That's pretty good odds. Everybody else was a decent human being. It's not like there's that many people that are a pain in the ass, but the ones that are a pain in the ass are really a pain in the ass. All right. Another one done. Well, this is taking a little longer than... Man, I feel like it makes a big difference. It's looking good. I knew I was going to do it from the get-go. It wasn't like, nah, let me not do this now. I knew my intention was to do this shading from the get-go. all you guys, I'm sure, have played games where it's like, I'm not playing a game with that guy anymore. Are these people that, I swear, there's this group of people now that nobody stood up to, you know? Like, they misbehave and nobody stands up to them, you know? And as I've gotten older, I feel like it's my duty to show these people you can't do that shit anymore. Whether it's grabbing other people's figures and dumping them out, not acceptable. Not acceptable. And it's like, oh, he's special. You just have to put up with him. No. Nope. Just because his dad didn't raise him right, it's not my responsibility to cater to him. I'm not talking about anybody that you've probably seen on film in any of my videos. You know, everybody I've filmed games with, they're decent human beings, and we have a good relationship with. None of the people that I game with stink. You know, they wash at least, monthly and use deodorant every other day. So there's no smell issues. No, I don't have stinky people. I don't want to have stinky people. But I'm not really a gamer. I guess that's a gamer. Gamers are weird, man. Like, you gotta have a full-time job. You gotta be, have a good reputation. Don't be a weirdo. You can be nerdy. Everybody's nerdy about something. Like in town, all the football nerdies, they got all upset because what's going on in the town next door. But everybody's nerdy about something. How many? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, 6. All right, so we're more than a quarter of the way there. Man, I'm not enjoying doing this. I actually enjoy doing this put the little line here where it goes. I'm trying to keep myself from jumping around onto a vehicle. If you do terrain, you get to use that in every battle. Every game. You do vehicle, well, if that vehicle doesn't, or that miniature or whatever, doesn't feature in that battle, then you're not going to be using it, so. So I actually wouldn't mind the names on the gates to have a more haphazard look to them. That just happens to be the gates that, well, that was the first commercially available stuff I'd seen. And I've had it like 7 years. I got it at the same time I got this. Now, I've got a playmat that looks like an industrial factory. that I got from a company I believe that is out of business. It is the most beautiful thing I've ever. It's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen. It is so well done. It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible, and I've never used it because I got it like just when we're getting ready to play. Now, it's not dirt. It looks like a factory floor, but it's got concrete and it's cracked. I mean, it's absolutely gorgeous. So we need to make the stuff that you put on that look also good. Otherwise, it's gonna look like extra crappy when you have something that's that beautiful. And it's like a mouse pad material. It's relatively thick. It's thicker than this. It's rolled up there. So this is perfect for the look of it because it's all grays and things like that. It's like a factory floor. The same company they were making like a dirt figure eight or something like that. But I just figured it was, when you're doing off road, you don't really need a track painted on what you're on. It's the track is wherever it needs to be because you can cut down the size of it and everything by putting intervening structures and stuff like that. You don't need to have a track painted on actually. Like if you had I've seen people like do a race and they'll take like pieces of felt or something that looks like pieces of felt and actually make the track of the racetrack, and that's not necessary because everything is the racetrack. It's not like the floor is lava, and if you go off the racetrack, you die. You can't run into stuff, so it's a little bit more free form than say, an actual track with lines that are painted, red and white, chicanes and things like that. It doesn't have all that kind of stuff. It can be a lot more free form. So that's why I decided not to do the dirt one. And I also feel like 4x4 is a little too small. It's not, but it makes you feel like it is. So, but there's lots of ways to play this game. We've only touched the tip of the iceberg. We've only played Death Race. Not because we don't like the other racing things, but just because we're still learning. So we'll see where that takes us. And then I may add some rusty stains to this. Like there's some rebar in there that's too close to the surface and bleeds, and that stuff's hitting close to home with real life work. But anyhow, but wait, there's more. I want this to look good. I've said this before. I could probably make my own mix of this wash, but at some point you got to delegate some of the responsibilities. I mean, I can't do everything myself, and this product works really well. I don't go through that much of it, you know. Had you had me on mobile comms earlier? Okay, you were listening to me when. Is that what you meant? You were walking and stuff. Walking the doggo. I would think that if we start doing Gasland games, we'll get a lot more viewers. Not that that's any concern of mine. I don't really care about viewers per se, but it's just more people to inspire. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, certainly you don't want to do something that doesn't appeal to anybody and do videos and be like, man, how come nobody's watching this stuff? Because nobody gives a shit about the War of Austrian Succession or whatever it is that you're doing. But I would think that this would be a lot more popular. For these Fallschirmjäger I picked up, I'm thinking of doing them for Operation Blackcock, the Ruhr Triangle. I don't know anything about that. Where they faced off against commandos. Need to research what vehicles they had now. Fallschirmjägers? I've never even heard of that battle. Operation Blackcock. This sounds like a porno. Yeah, I went there. Operation. Well, commandos are really useful for ROER. That's got to be somewhere in Holland. That looks like a Dutch word. Am I right? Yep. and 26th of January, 45. Oh, snow bases. Operations carried out by Lieutenant General Ritchie's 3 divisions, 7th Armored, 43rd Wessex, and 52nd it's the Lowlanders. The operation named after the Scottish male black grouse is relatively unknown. Well, commandos and Fallschirmjäger, it depends on the Fallschirmjäger. I mean, they've got, there's Fallschirmjägers and there's Luftwaffe field divisions. The Luftwaffe field divisions are just crap troops. Fallschirmjägers at least are, some kind of, pick of the litter. You get a choice of, some better guys, potentially, with potentially some better equipment. You're going to get guys with, like Luftwaffe Field Division. I don't think you'd have any guys that would have. I mean, Luftwaffe Field Divisions are Luftwaffe almost like a name only. In other words, they're not going to have like the FG-42s and things like that. They're probably just going to be like, rifle guys. 2 steps above Osttruppen, but not much better than that. Yeah, the name is not for the 21st century mind. Fallschirmjäger Regiment Hübner. Never heard of them. But I am really ignorant of Fallschirmjäger stuff. I'm sure you've read this. During Operation Blackhawk, the English-speaking Fallschirmjäger. Oh, you could speak English when you play them. That's handy. A Fallschirmjäger Regiment Hubner were organized into a special patrolling section. The 40 hand-picked men. Oh, you gotta know who they are because you can paint 40 guys. You got everybody there. The 40 hand-picked men of this section spoke excellent English, and were selected to. Okay, if you gotta play these guys. You have to use the Queen's English. They spoke excellent English and were selected to infiltrate through the Allied lines and cause as much trouble as possible. On several occasions during the first half of February, the commandos who were holding the line near the Linna in the Ruhr Triangle were surprised by nightly patrols of this special section. You got to ask your buddy, man. You got that. You got the micro mark dude, man, in your back pocket. You ask him, hey, tell me about these Hubner dudes. That sounds pretty neat. It looks like they wore the little bowl helmets, the little parachute helmets. Cereal bowl helmets. One thing that surprised me, and maybe this is just me, but all these troops in the Second World War, they wore helmets. They're not for bullets. Like, why not? Why the fuck would you wear them anyways? It's for shrapnel. Like, technically a bullet can go through a helmet. So what you're basically saying that if you were in an environment that didn't have any artillery, that you knew there was going to be no artillery, the artillery hadn't even been invented yet, there's no point in wearing a helmet. Because there's no shrapnel. Although, I'm sure it could deflect a shot. That if we didn't wear the helmet, like, okay, it's going into your freaking skull, right? But I'd never heard of that before. But I'm really weak on that time period. I've never seen anybody play a game after Battle of the Bulge on the western side. And there's no reason why they shouldn't. There's, a lot of small unit actions and things like that. They make buildings that are, German style or whatever. I mean, I think it would work, well. I think it would work well, especially if you put everybody on the Allied side, right? Because, they can... I was just reading a little excerpt that said that the Allies had flame-throwing tanks or something like that. So what would that be? Crocodiles? Any other in Western Europe, or actually that's a British army. So in the British units, anybody else flamethrower other than a crocodile? Wasps, right? Little Bren, but they're not tanks. Bren gun carriers that with a flamethrower was a wasp. I think that's it. Those and crocodiles that they used in Western Europe. I don't think there were any flame-throwing Shermans in Western Europe. I mean, there might be, but it's not jumping out. I don't think they made any of the Cromwell Halls flamethrowers. I could be wrong, but it's not jumping out at me. I mean, a crocodile is a beast. Especially when you're basically giving up the whole machine gun for the flamethrower. Like the Germans weren't... When I think flamethrowers, I think the Germans were flamethrowers. It's just natural. I don't know. Maybe it's because of having the Airfix figures. There was always a flame. You get a little plastic figures. Always a German guy with a flamethrower. If there's Germans, some Lanzer has a flamethrower, guaranteed. And I think it's just like built into the psyche and stuff like that of that. But for the most part. Maybe not every German tank, but there's probably an exception to it. Almost every German tank substituted its main armament for the flamethrower. So it's basically defenseless, outside of, 60 meters. Outside of 60 meters, I'm using 60 meters probably as an extreme. And I'm thinking there is a German flamethrower tank that goes that far. But the main armament on the German tank is what's going to be the flamethrower. So it has to rely on everybody else for protection. Whereas, a T-34, a Sherman when they had them, a Crocodile, they're all substituting the whole machine gun for the flamethrowers. You still have the main armament of 75 millimeters or 76.2 or for the most part. So the Allied tank designs as flamethrowers are, in my opinion, better because you're not just like out there defenseless. The Panzer threes that were flamethrowers, they were in Russia and they got pulled back to Italy because there was too much open space in Russia. And it's like they were getting taken out at distance before they ever got up close to flame. If you get a flamethrower and you attack another tank, my money's on the flamethrower tank, taking out the other tank because it just, you could just hose it down and, any of that flame gets on the engine deck. Bad news, man. But that's a relatively short range. I mean, that's point blank range. Oh, somebody's up. I'll be right back. Okay. You were reading that the flamethrower SDKFZ was for use in local counterattacks where the enemy were in trenches but hadn't brought up anything heavy yet. SDKFZ 251/16? Yeah. You know, it's open topped, but it also means if something goes sideways, you can get out of this vehicle that will be your tomb quicker. So there's pros and cons. It's like, if you're in some war, you want to be in a tank, well, you're safer. But the problem is you can't hide from everybody, and you attract a lot of attention. You know, and I have a feeling we wouldn't do this in war games, but I have a feeling that in real life, if you have somebody that is in a some kind of tank, like so you got some guy that's in a tank on the Eastern Front or whatever, right? And let's just say this is in Panzer III, and you got a Panzer III crew on the Eastern Front. There's a lot of people that are firing at that tank, even though they're using a weapon that you and I know in a war game has zero chance of penetrating the tank. They're firing DP machine guns at it. Maybe not all the time, but they're definitely catching rifle fire. You got some guy going, I'm a good hunter, I can take him. And he's taking pot shots at a tank. You're like, you can't do anything to a tank with a rifle. So you're in this enclosed box, and you might be a crew member that has no visibility, and you're getting hit by all kinds of stuff. It's like, man, so you're wondering, is the next hit going to be the one that's going to toast us? Whereas if you're infantry, yeah, you're not protected, but you can hunker down a little bit. You can become invisible. So it's stuff you don't think about until you're in that situation, and fortunately, we're not in that situation. But I guarantee that a lot of these things were just taking all kinds of fire that had zero chance of but it's like it's eroding the morale of everybody that's in there. You know. Especially if you're like a tank crewman who's seen another friendly tank like brew up. You're like, oh man, is this going to be the next one? Is going to be the one that's going to do it? I bet heavy machine guns were fired at tanks a lot. And like, you know, unless you're talking about 1939, 1940, a select few tanks in 41, you're wasting your time. You're making yourself known for no reason whatsoever. You can't do anything to the tank. Guess games simulate that with pins and morale penalties from small arms fire. I don't know any games that would pin a tank from small arms fire if the tank's buttoned up. Now you take something like an anti-tank rifle. Anti-tank rifle is basically you're trying to kill the crew members. Anti-tank rifle basically. I'm sure it probably has brewed up a tank or exploded the ammunition, but you're basically trying to put a hole through in it and get shrapnel or the actual bullet to kill one of the crew members. You know, you get hit by an anti-tank gun, you're pretty much hosed as a crew member. Now it's going to slow down velocity going through the hull of the tank, but still, it's you're gonna wish you didn't get hit by that. So. Um, but anyways, getting back to vehicles, I don't know what vehicles those Falstry makers would probably have. Horse-drawn carriage? Horse-drawn carriage. They probably had some Pack 40s. Guaranteed they had Pack 40s. Maybe not those 40 guys that we just read about, but that unit. Pack 40s are all over the place in late 44. You know, they got bigger guns than that, but there's no guarantee that they have that. There weren't that many barn doors and stuff like that given out. But a Pack 40 will pretty much it'll take out anything on the Western Front except maybe the front armor of a Churchill and maybe a jumbo. I don't think there's anything else on the Allied side that could stand up to a Pack 40. At, under 1,000 meters. Star Grunt does. I think Chain of Command does too. And actually, Bolt Action does. How we played it the other day, it did anyways. Yeah, I've heard. I don't want to badmouth. I don't want to badmouth Bolt Action, but I've heard that the armor rules for Bolt Action are very bad. I don't know. I've seen the gameplay of Bolt Action and go, okay, this isn't for me. I need a more comprehensive experience. But one of the biggest things that I've been ruined by playing stuff like the game that we were coming up with, and also Face of Battle, is the how do you handle who gets to go next mechanic. And if a game is awesome and has a who gets to go next mechanic that is too generic and predictable, I'm not interested in playing it. Squad Leader, an advanced Squad Leader, an excellent game. Way too predictable. Way too predictable. Okay, these guys are going to fire first, and that same side's going to move, and then if they get within range, the guys that are defending can shoot at them, and then when that's done, then all the defenders that haven't shot yet get to shoot, and then when you get to the end, there's an advanced phase for only the one side, which it's like it's too predictable. It's like, okay, this isn't 1962 anymore, right? 1962 with games, It's just way too predictable. I'm not interested in that. When we played Hero Quest is a corny game, but it's a fun game. But HeroClix is a fun game, but is it corny? Yeah. But it's way too predictable. I'm like, okay, you get to alternate, and like one side gets to pick which guy to move. Well, maybe this guy gets to act, and that's not who you want to. I love that kind of stuff, So, honestly, I think Gaslands needs that. I was thinking, and we hadn't played in 7 years, I was misremembering how Gaslands worked. I figured, okay, somebody gets the pole position, that's the guy in the lead, and that guy goes first. And the whole reason is that, so you don't have this situation where the guy that's in front and is leading the entire pack and is going just as fast as everybody else can get hit to, right? Because if everybody's moving at a speed of, let's just say, 5, everybody's moving 5 inches or whatever, and there's one guy that's in the lead, he's going to move first. And nobody's going to pass him unless some guy can move 6, right? Nobody can run into a guy moving 5 if everybody's moving 5 and he's 5 or 6 or 10 car lengths ahead. You're not going to be able to hit him because everybody's moving at the same speed, right? The game mechanic that everybody's intervening with stuff gets set at the end of the game. Basically at the end of the turn, that's where everybody really is. So there was no doubt in my mind that that's how you play the game. Like, whoever's in the pole position goes first. And then the second guy back. And then if there's a tie or something like that, that's your roll off. That's how I figured it went, right? Because once you're in the lead, everybody's going the same speed. You're not going, everybody's going to say the same distance behind it. But that's not how the pole position works in Gasland. The pole position works is somebody gets it initially, they go first. Then the next person clockwise to them gets to go, and so forth. Well, you're only playing with two people. He moves the car, his guy in pole position. Then I get to pick. I get to pick a car to move. Doesn't have to be the next guy's in second position. I get to pick one of my cars to move. Then he plays another one of his cars if there's two cars, and you don't switch the pole position until I go through one of the other gates. That's the way that particular gameplay used to work. I'm like, all right, we'll play it that way. But you have too much control. So you could actually have somebody that is in second place and runs into somebody who's in first place. And if you're going to have that, then where someone who's not in the lead could actually hit someone in the lead, then you might as well do away with the control you have of picking who gets to go next and just randomize it. Now, I can tell you a lot of people really have control issues when it comes to games. I don't. As long as, obviously, if I'm going to not be able to do whatever I want, my opponent also will not be able to do whatever he wants. And then it becomes a management issue of who manages that kind of chaos better, you or the opponent. I think it's a fun mechanic. I think pretty much everybody in our group enjoys that. If they don't, they shut up about it and they play along anyways, because that's generally how we like to play. Is it, it's like DBA. Man, you want 7 pips, but you only got 3, dude. You got to work with 3. So I think that would be a better mechanic. I'm not going to start changing rules and stuff, but I think that will work better. Put a token for each one, pull out, that's who goes next kind of thing. Maybe if somebody's in the pole position, he may get like a dibs to like do a switch or something. That I'll go in his place now. And that's how you get that type of thing. But I just think being able to choose exactly who goes next, when you're talking about a game that involves things happening in split seconds, is a little too controlling. Jeffrey, who's MIA this morning, mentioned that one of the mechanics that he always liked is that everybody moves a different amount. So, if you have infantry, if this game has infantry figures and you move 4 inches plus a 1d6, some people don't like that. Some people want like a predictable, I don't like to be able to predict where things are going to be because I don't like it. And my brain doesn't work that way. I'm not like a good chess player. Like, I'm like, all right, I'm going to do this because this will have, 4 turns from now, I'll be in this position. I don't think that way. It's my life is not on the line. I don't need to, it doesn't need to be that complicated. That's too much work. Some people, whoa, that does not work. Do not put readers on when you don't have your contacts in. You really can't see anything. That's why I like Blind General so much. I always play hot. Yeah, Blind General is great. Did I come up with that? Now I can't remember if I came up with it. I think I did. I certainly came up with a name for it. Yeah. I liked it the best too. And Blind Collision Course is great. Even though I technically do not do well in Collision Course games, I like the idea of the developing of the game. Yeah, Blind is the way to go. Yeah, Blind is the way to go. Let me see if the coffee is ready. Be right back. Yeah, I think Scott played a game. Now that you mention it, see, I don't remember. It's just not that important part of it's that important in my life. I don't care who invented it, but he played a game that incorporated something like that, and he said, "Let's give it a shot." Now that I think of it, yeah, no, that's great. I love it. Yeah, there it is. Exactly what you said. Yep. Yeah, I don't remember which one of his games. It's funny because I know several people that have played those games and don't really like them, but that's a good mechanic. I saw somebody playing that Rommel game. I'm like, that's not for me. You mean all tanks are the same? I'm not playing that game. It's too strategic. I'm a tactical guy, and I'm the exception. Most people are like, I want to play a war game. I want to be the whole general, the whole thing. I'm like, no, I want to play a war game. I want to be the sergeant, lieutenant, that kind of stuff. I've played those operational type things before. It's doesn't give you enough detail where you want it. You say some people say blind general. Oh, that where you put like a barrier and you set up blind from the other guy. I'm like, no, that would suck. That's Armati. Except it's not as bad in DBA because if you have your guys completely deployed in the wrong place in DBA, you can wheel and get them in action. It might take a while, but you can get them in action. You deploy wrong in Armati, you're fucked. You know, because there's some units that can only wheel like 2 centimeters each turn, and units this long could only move 2 centimeters. So you can tell to do a 90-degree turn would take, you know, a lifetime. No one play it with the rumblings. I know. I saw the discussions, and I'm like, you guys go have fun and have at it. No, not going to play it. I'm not opposed to other people playing. I'm not involved in it. I've done enough. I've done enough. Let's say I played DBA 4.0, right? I did DBA 4.0 videos. Are people just going to come out of the woodwork and all of a sudden start playing DBA? No. It just doesn't appeal to some people. And I can't do that and do World War II stuff and do this. You know, and if I put out a DBA army, I don't want to play DBA and not build new armies. Okay, that's just not an option for me. And to do a new army it takes me about 6 months, during which time I can't do anything else. I feel like I'm being like tortured. Like this is all I can do. Like I want to, you can't do that. Like solitary confinement. Like I don't want to go through that shit anymore. You know. And then you got to play a lot to get shit right. It just isn't worth it. Ain't worth it. Maybe if I was retired, I'm not retired. I'm not even close to being retired. I don't need more work when I get home, or frustrations, or misunderstandings, or conversations that don't lead anywhere. People that ask me how you do something, I say, well, come on, we'll explain. I'll make a video about it. I don't have time to watch your videos. Well, you're the one that's interested. If you don't have time to spend 10 minutes on something that it's going to take me several hours to produce for you to get your 10 minutes worth that you don't have the time for, then I don't have time to explain it to you and only cure one person. It's like, every day that goes by, it just seems like people are more and more ADD, ADHD. They're freaking crazy. They're like all over the place with everything. Like they can't stand still for a second. Like, hold on, I'll answer your question in a second. Come back in 15. Let me finish this. It's gonna take like 30 seconds, and they can't wait. They're like, oh, I gotta go. I'm gonna turn into a turnip, or a rutabaga. Like, dude, chill the fuck out for a second, man. Is there a sniper around we don't know about? And I was like, fine, forget you. You're the one that's interested. You're the one that came here with a question, and you can't wait 30 seconds for me to give you the answer. I guess you're not going to get your answer then. And you got a handful of people to get on that bulletin board that just go on and 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 on about something. One guy that disappeared off the face of the earth, that Stevie guy, that motherfucker needed to write a book. That joker liked to write. You got that other guy there. I don't know what his name is. He's got three-letter initials. I don't think he's ever played DBA the way it's intended to be, but yet he's got ideas how to change it all. Like, all right, how about play the... Yeah, that's when 3.0 came out. People are like, 3.0 sucks, right? I'm like, Mitch, let's just play this 100 times. We're going to play DBA 3.0 100 times, and we'll decide whether we like it or not. And I'll guarantee that either Mitch and I will both like it, or we both disliked it. It's not like I like it and he doesn't, because, I don't have to convince him or anything. It's like, and we liked it. It's better than DBA 2.2 in every way. These guys are like, man, go get a fucking law degree, man. You like to argue that much? But the thing I dislike the most about DBA is the fact that it is a tournament game. So because it is a tournament game, the advantage is you can go somewhere, and if everybody plays the same way, you already know how to play the game, right? So you can just have fun, start rolling dice, and have crazy things happen, which is what we're there for. But what happens is there'll be something that will be odd. That's the way the rules are. None of us agree with it, but that's how the rules are. And the game is so abstracted that I guess it could be that way, but that's not my normal reaction of how I would have created it. But whatever, we'll play it that way. And there's so many instances of that. And there are also ones that also those things come up. You tell somebody what the ruling is, how it's played, and they don't agree with it either. But that's the way we play. And then I'm not doing that anymore. I'm not doing things that don't make any sense. They don't make any sense to me or the people I play with or new players. Like the whole skirmishers that don't shoot or whatever they're called. I'm not allowed to say that name anymore. Okay. That name is silly. They don't shoot. You have to explain that to every time, everybody. People don't understand that they don't shoot at a distance, like even any distance. Like they should have let them shoot a base width or less, right? If you're within a base width, you can do your little skirmisher thing. Well, they decided not to do it that way. And every single new person, you have to explain that to them. And I have to tell them, it doesn't. That's just how it is, And it's like they go away like, well, this game's stupid, That's just, how it is. I don't want to do things. I don't want to do things like that anymore. Like, we're playing Gaslands. Gaslands has some rule that comes across, doesn't make any fucking sense. We're not playing it that way. We're playing the way that makes sense to us. And it's not like it's just arbitrary. It'll be, like, this is why, That Eastern European dude on Fanaticus that seems to always drag threads in a random direction was really bizarre. I don't know which guy was the Eastern Europe guy. There'd be a thread on Threat Zone. He'd do posting about some random army he built. Then he'd tie it into Thread Zone somehow. Really peculiar. Huh. Well, the guy I'm talking about is like DPD or something like that. That guy would just go on and on. Like, okay, like, I don't think he'd ever. I mean, maybe he's played games now, but at the beginning, he's like, He just never played any games, and he's like, "What do you change this? We got to change the other thing. I got to change the other thing." You know, you got to be careful. Like you got to play the game like enough times. And you got to play it the way it's intended, and then you realize, okay, no, never mind, I was wrong. This British Phil Barker guy actually is pretty smart, and he is. Phil Barker is fucking brilliant, but he's not able to to explain things in a format that most people can understand. You know, and it's all because, dude, use multiple sentences, man. Use bullet points. Use the same wording. I'm fine with your wording. I understand Barkerese. I got a minor in Barkerese now. But like, one thought period, another thought period. You know, brilliant guy. Thinks totally different than me. I'm not saying he thinks wrong. He's an abstract thinker. I am not an abstract thinker at all. And I'm proud to not be an abstract thinker. You know, I would rather drive on the British side of the road than be an abstract thinker. I just don't think that way. It doesn't mean I'm not creative. It just there's some thought patterns that are like, that's not normal. You know, that's not how I learn. DPD. I think DPD is the guy's name. Or the person's name, or the entity, or the AI. Hopefully it's AI. It's just some AI person that's just being... Nah, he was on there before that. It's like, guy's never played a fucking game straight. You know, always changing it. You know, like, we're playing Gaslands. So how are we playing the first time? We both get a car that has a heavy machine gun to the front and a regular one to the back. That's it. Like, let's master that. Did we do everything right? Okay. Now, this next time we play, we'll add a truck. Like, you know, I'm probably going to add a car, a truck, a buggy, and one other thing. So we'll each have two vehicles, one of two different types, just to kind of get, okay, were we able to handle that? Yes, okay. Because you don't want to, next thing you know, do something wrong, and then having done it wrong for 30 games, you'll have to unlearn that, you know? Yeah, the whole threat zones. Well, I don't think that's what this means. Or the people that would claim that the threat zones would involve the corners and create all kinds of... You know, it's not that complicated. Like, play the game. I didn't like the fact that threat zones basically went through another unit. And then I played it the way it was intended, and we ended up liking it better that way. I'm like, all right, yeah, I guess you get close, and the guys that are there aren't going to listen to you because they're worried about this guy's going to pull some funny business. But we're not control freak players. I mean, yes, we like to get milk out of a brick. We try to do every single thing we can, but we understand that you're up on this level as the Army General, and you can't worry about the minutia that's happening to these 1,000 guys. You know, they've got their little sub-leaders, and there's all this morale check stuff going on there. And I think that's what makes the game really cool. But it's also abstract, so you have to kind of understand that's what it is. You know, you can't look at a unit that's 40 by 15 millimeters, and is, you know, each figure represents about 250 guys, and go like, oh, that's 4 guys. It isn't, you know? Yeah, some threads really went on an off direction. There was some thread that was about one thing, and the next thing you know, they're talking about saving the earth by having to paint every single roof white, you know, because it reflects all the sun. I'm like, who gives a shit about that? I mean, this is DBA. I don't freaking put politics and environmentalism in this. Like, I don't give a shit about how you feel about those things. That's not what this place is for. You know, it's like the miniatures page. The miniatures page was great back in the early 2000s. Then you started adding all these boards about food, politics. Like, wait a second. Can we just, like, you know, let's just talk about what our hobby is, not find other things to argue about, you know? I mean, I lived in a town that college sports are huge, and sports fans are terrible. Not everybody, but many of them are, what's the correct terminology for them? If things are going great, they love them. As soon as something goes bad, they're like the biggest whiner. Nah, that ain't fair. That guy did the wrong calls. I'm like, you'd be thinking the opposite thing if you're on the other team. Like, why do you care? Do you know anybody on the team? Is your son playing for the team? No. You didn't even go to that school. You didn't even go to college. Who gives a flying fuck? So I already have decades of that. Like, okay, stop your complaining. This doesn't even apply to you. Like, I don't want to listen to stuff. When was the last time somebody had an argument online with somebody else that changed that other person's mind? Like, why bother? The earth is flat. The earth is flat. Fine. Why don't you find the end of it and try to go off of it? See ya. I avoid most wargamer recipes. I don't know what you're trying to say that. I'd avoid most wargamer recipes. Well, I'm not giving you any cooking advice because I'm the wrong person for that. There's all kinds of people online. They can't wait to. It's like they can't wait to die on a hill or get pissed off about something. Like, just ignore people, man. Somebody posts some off the wall random shit. They don't even call you out personally. Why do you feel like you have to step up and defend, something? Why is your honor insulted? The food board, yeah. Well, about who makes the best hot dogs. If you ever, it's just like it's ridiculous. Politics. Why even they even made a politics? Why make a politics board? I don't want to talk about I don't want to talk about politics with people that I even agree with politics wise. I got this one guy that I know on Facebook. I know him in real life as well, and he always likes to interject politics and everything. And I don't necessarily disagree with most of the stuff that he says, but he has half of his friends that do, and they're like adamantly against it. So he's like constantly getting all these fights. And I told him one time, I said, "Listen, why are you even friends with these people? Oh well, we have a commonality that we're soccer fans or something. That's football for you guys." And I'm like, yeah, but what? He's like, oh, well, I like to argue. I'm like, all right, well, have fun. Enjoy the cancer. One of his friends, I'm not friends with him, and I had to hide him because the stuff that he posted, I would have wanted to hire someone to beat him up. And I'm like, I don't need that in my life. I didn't confront him or anything, but I see this, and I'm like, that guy shouldn't be around here. So I'm like, I told him, I said, that guy, what do you do with so-and-so? And he laughed. I said, I hid him because I'm not going to wish him well. If he really feels that way, he needs to be beaten up. You need to get sent some way, and a horny Mongol needs to have his way with you. Oh, I think TMP added all his boards to maximize ad revenue by having more views. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been on TMP in a long time. I never got involved in any of the controversies and stuff like that. It was good to find out who makes miniatures and stuff like that. But a Google search is so much better, and you'll find some information that you want, and you'll overlook it because every post looks the same. It's hard to post pictures, and it's I couldn't tell you the last time I was on TMP, probably 5 years ago or something like that, for a moment. And I mean, I used to be there every morning. Every morning I used to say, okay, let's see what's new. Before DBA. So in the early 2000s. I don't do any bulletin board stuff. It's just too difficult to post, what you're doing. Too difficult to, inspire other people with, whatever it is that you're doing. All right, how many we got? We got 10 yet? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. All right, we'll do one more, and then we'll screw with one of these and see if we can make it look more, give it more depth. I think I'm okay with the color. I don't think it's what I wanted. I didn't do a good job of thinking ahead of what colors I needed to use to get what I wanted. But in retrospect, I got what I sought out to get because it's exactly the same color as the back of these. So I would have had to do it backwards and go like, all right, let's paint this differently so that when we get this to be, I just would have preferred them to be a little bit more, less rusty. But if you go to like a dock, if I was going to do like a race at a dockyard or something like that, that's the color that would be. So I don't know. Maybe I'm looking at it and I go, it just looks too uniform in color. There needs to be some more. So we're going to tinker with it. We'll be happy. We'll be completely happy with it when we're done. I'm just kind of like, that's kind of odd. I mean, that's not really a feeling I get very often. Like, All right, I got to use the little boy's room, and I'll be right back. Yeah, I know lots of people that go on that. What's that website that everybody uses? That it's like a wargaming website and it has everything in it. I mean, it has like World War II modern. It's relatively active. It's a British website. That's not why I don't do it. It's just clunky. Like if I want to put a picture of this, I've got to go to some hosting and then put the link. It's just too much trouble. It's just too much trouble. And I've posted things on there and not gotten enough response to my post worth the extra effort that I did to put the post on there. The lead legionnaires or lead something or another. Lead boiler suit something, I don't know. Lead Adventure Forum, that's what it is. Yeah. There's some good stuff on Lead Adventure Forum. It's a pain in the ass to post there and post pictures and, it's like, If people don't see the stuff that I have on YouTube, if they don't see it on Facebook, they're certainly not going to go there and see it. We have to click on the actual thing. It's not like you get bombed with like, oh, that's a cool picture. What is that? I don't understand people's hesitancy on using Facebook. No, I don't like that because it's a lot of arguments. Like, they get my personal information. They're going to get your personal information anywhere. You'll go and you'll do a Google. Are you going to not do a Google or image search? No, everybody uses Google. And you go, and next time you go on Google, it recommends things. They're like, why are you recommending this? How would you know that that's what I was into? Well, because it keeps, it knows what you're looking for and suggests things at you. And it's going to happen anywhere, There's nothing that is, the only thing I don't like about Facebook is that there is a limit on how much stuff you can get. And if you start interacting with people, you'll get more of their stuff. And they'll be like people that I'm friends with, and I generally like them. And I'm like, are they dead? And then you go and search for their actual page and go, oh, they've been posting stuff all the time. Why haven't I gotten that? Well, because, they're the 26th person of your 25 normal ones, and you don't get their stuff. So, you'll be there like, how come I haven't seen anything that so and so's posted, So there's a limit on how much stuff you get. That's the only problem I have with Facebook. That, and this will happen all the time. I'll get in the morning and I'm scrolling and I'm like, oh, that's cool. Let me go back to it. As soon as you go back, it's gone. And if you don't remember which one of your groups it was posted on, you'll never find it again. Unless it comes up again. Like, that's annoying as hell. Do what you do. If it works for other people, that's cool. If not, it's like, not like, well, I'd watch you, but you're on, you're not on Twitch, or, you're not on, what's that Facebook alternative thing to do that nobody fucking uses? Starts with an R, doesn't it? I don't know. I'm like, all right, well, maybe this is the thing to you, because you could post, you could post pictures of, maybe a model that has a crooked spider on it, and people won't have a moo cow, right? You won't get banned for, I'm not promoting Nazism or anything like that, but hey, the planes had swastikas, and that's what it has on. Rumble. I think Rumble's what it's called. You go on Rumble, it's like, there's no activity here. Like, why waste my time, Is it Rumble? I don't know. Oh, you got to do it on Twitter. You go to Twitter, it's like, recommend me things that I'm interested in. Like, I just want to do the wargaming stuff. And you constantly get thrown stuff at you that I'm not interested in. Like, all this noise. I'm like, man, let's just cut to the chase. I don't care about any famous people that I want to follow. I don't. Yeah, the miniatures paper, people would get into fights about getting banned or whatever. Why would you get banned? I mean, just like behave yourself, man. I'm more polite online than I am in person. If you're not polite online, you have to defend yourself. And the next thing you know, you just go get your bar. If you want to argue that much, go get your bar. after this one, we're going to screw with one of these. We're going to come in and we're going to put this black lining where all the little cracks are and see if we can't make it a little bit more. Black lining, not really, it's brown, it's the dark brown. It's almost black. I don't use the complete black for much. I like this stuff a lot. Maybe like the engine deck or something like that, but this super dark brown is more natural looking. Okay. This is the brush. You can alter the thickness of your lines and stuff with a brush. With a marker, you're stuck with whatever width the marker is, you know. All right. I don't think I'm too concerned about doing that anywhere on here, except maybe, say here. This brush is behaving excellently. Sometimes you just get a cheap brush that's just like on fire. You know, maybe not on fire, but it doesn't cause you any problems. It just offers solutions. Something like that. Okay. I don't even know if that's noticeable. All right, let's see what we got up here. We got a line that's here. I'm going to cover this whole thing in this. We're going to come in with a lighter dry brush. Probably something that looks almost dusty. Almost something like, not that because it's too white, but almost something like this. I'm probably going to do a dry brush of, what is this? Desert sand or something. Really, really light over this. We'll test it on the front of this and see if we like how it looks. I think it's what it is. It's not that I dislike the color that it turned out as much as it looks to me like I dry brushed it in one color, if that makes any sense. Like it just doesn't have enough, it doesn't have enough flavor, it doesn't have enough depth. Although I wish I had done a search on this before on the miniatures page. I wish I could find who the brilliant person was that said playing with anything larger than 20 millimeters is playing with dollies. And when that person posted that, people's heads spun around. I thought it was the most hilarious thing I saw. I wish I know who that is so I can give him credit. I'm gonna go ahead and take my medicine. I can feel myself already. There's all kinds of allergens here that you don't even know about. And I don't necessarily mean in the house. I mean just in our environment. I try to not get discouraged. It doesn't happen very often, fortunately. I try not to get discouraged when something doesn't turn out in a way that I'm impressed by how it turns out. Because you got to realize, listen, you haven't done this before, and you haven't given up on it yet. In other words, there's still more detail you need to add to it. If you add all that detail and then you still don't like it, fair enough, repaint it. But I got this Japanese car that I sprayed yesterday that I don't like how the camouflage turned out because it's not what I envisioned. The squiggles aren't tight enough, whatever. But I haven't given up on it yet, right? I haven't taken it all away. If I take it all away and then I'm not happy with it, well, then we can change it. What happens if That'd work too. Well, we're gonna do this anyways. Let's go ahead and add all this, and we're gonna give this that light dry brush that we talked about. Really, really light, really light. Because I can't add more orange. It's already orange enough. You can't add anything dark because a dark dry brush is like wrong on so many levels. It just doesn't look right. I'd ask you something, but you're not allowed to answer, Ben. But it's just like the stuff that it's like you hear in the news. I saw somebody that I'm friends with on Facebook, and they're not even in this continent. They're not even in this hemisphere, and they made some kind of comment like, "The U.S. is full of a bunch of crazies," and I'm like, "Well, it depends where you are." If you think that's something new, there's been lots of crazy people in certain places for always. And then there's some people where it's like, I don't think there's that many crazy people. I don't live in a place that's unsafe. You can't compare where I live to Chicago or something like that. But first thing I thought of is, okay, what are you worried about what's happening in the United States? You don't even live in the same time zone or hemisphere or anything, but everybody's entitled to their own opinion. But they're also, they get whatever news source from whatever news decides to put some, whatever gets sent to them. So, like, all we get from the UK is that, you guys aren't allowed to speak your mind. That, they're arresting people or, all that kind of stuff. So I doubt that's the case. I hope that's not the case. And there's a difference about, speak your mind, like, I don't like this movie, or I don't like this movie because it has too many certain kind of people in it, or, you know, we should take all these kind of people and push them off a cliff. I mean, there's a big difference between those kind of things, Hopefully they're not all being treated the same. I'm not saying you should have those feelings towards anybody. I'm just saying that, not all things are equivalent. But that's all you get. All you get news from other places is you get this extremist stuff that's probably not all that common. But they want to get a rise out of you. Now, I'm sorry, some of us are just too burdened by all the problems we have at work to care. Or cause trouble. Just leave me alone. Just leave me alone, please. And then you have all the people that are on the internet that are the most vocal about a point are the most unreasonable people also. Like most people are decent. I don't care where you're from. Most people are right. The problem is the ones you hear about are the ones that aren't all right. It's just like at work, 95% of the customers, probably even not more than 95% of the customers, are great to deal with. And then another really small percentage are a problem every time. That's the ones you remember. Luckily, there's only 4 of these. I mean, I gotta go really light on this. I mean, like really, 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 really light. And I'm probably going to use one of those brushes I don't normally use that are all like a fan. Okay, now I'm going to wipe this off with my finger because I don't care if there's any on the top. And I don't want it to be wet. That's the main thing. And I also don't want to wait a half hour to do this. This is me being impatient. I'm usually not impatient at all. But all right, now, that the color we want to use, it can't be too white or it ends up like too reflective. And it's still going to look really reflective for you guys. So of all these colors here, this one might not be bad. It's kind of creamy. Camel. Let's use camel. All right, and let's use a brush that is... Where are those damn fan brushes that are useless? Here. I don't think there's enough bristles. Let's just use this big nasty right here. All right, let's flip this over so we don't have another eyesore we got to look at. Oof. God, that's unpleasant to look at. Well, maybe a little bit more than that. I think it's significantly better. I think it's significantly better. Now, first of all, I'll add another depth of something to it. Let's go ahead and do the legs the same way. That's why I figured, like, I don't mind it being rusty. It just looks a little too, like, I didn't spend enough time on it kind of thing. And hell, it's got a primer coat and 2 colors on top of it. Now it has a black line wash and a dry brush on top of that. Let's make sure we get these edges. You don't give up on something until you've taken something all away. And it's looking something. This is giving me Interstate 76 vibes. I don't know why. That's not necessarily a bad vibe. That's what this needed. That's what this needed right here. Tremendous difference. All right, let's do the same thing with the other leg, and we'll take some photos of them close up next to each other. You guys can see what the deal is on it. Well, you do this with white, it looks all wrong. It's got to be a little warm. And that's something I just learned just by doing it. Because I'd be like, natural, oh, let's just add the white to it. Like, no. Hey, what's up, Doug? Yeah, I'll show you guys in a second what this is. So you gotta trust, like, look, I've been doing this a while. And I love seeing something that looks better than the stuff that I do because it's empowering, right? And I'm always trying to deconstruct, how did this person make this thing look so awesome? But I've got a lot of confidence in my abilities when it comes to doing stuff like this. It's just, so you got to remember, man, just give yourself enough time. You can't just, like, these people will be like, yeah, you just dry brush it with several layers. And you hear these people that are like, I dry brushed it in one color, it looks like shit. It's not deep enough. There's not enough flavor there. You know? You don't just, like, I'm going to use a cooking analogy, which I shouldn't because I don't cook. If you're like, oh, let me make chicken. And, well, I put it in the pan and fried it. It's terrible. or sauteed it. It's terrible. Well, did you add any seasoning? No. I add some seasonings. Okay, I still did it. It didn't work. What'd you add? Just salt. I mean, you need more a symphony of things. Oh, I done fucked up. It's not a big one, but you know what? We'll do it afterwards. I didn't add the black lining on the bottom of the on the feet here. That works almost the same whether it's before or afterwards. But now when we're adding this, we're adding some almost like it's been beaten by the weather, and this corrosion has had little pieces of flaking off, and it just has more things for your eye to go, that's tasty, And that's when you look at something that looks really awesome. That's what it is. It's your eye going, man, there's a lot to look at, and you focus. That looks interesting, and look at that little piece, that kind of stuff. You gotta fool your eye into thinking that this is worth looking at. The black lining is not even that noticeable. It's not really black lining, it's kind of brown lining. All right, so let's put one here, and let's put one here. Because I looked at this morning, and I'm like, that's not how I wanted to. I hate when you get a friend request from somebody, and all they want to do is like bombard you with stuff about being their Patreon or signing up for the thing. I'm like, okay, I don't ask you to buy anything from me, and I'm not going to, let's kill this a little bit because it's a little too reflective. All right. Get the point across here. And then it just doesn't have enough depth. I will be featuring Gaslands gameplay. Absolutely. Absolutely. And the Game Boy is going to look awesome. That's the whole point. That's why we're doing this. So yeah, this takes forever. But you know what? You'll use this in every game. So the time you're spending here doing this is time well spent. Because it's going to be featured, until I make... Now, I don't think I'm going to use this. I don't think I'm going to use these signs that are up here. Okay, they don't go with the overall look. They work, right? But that does not go with this. Okay, so what I'm probably going to do is I'm going to make some signs that are going to go here. And I'm probably going to make them out of cardboard. It's probably what I'm going to do. And I don't want the letters to be uniform. Maybe almost like when people type things on the internet, and they make one big and one small or whatever. Maybe something like that, disjointed, something like that. Yeah, this looks, because I like taking photographs of stuff up close and not be like, I've never been one of those people. It's like, oh, take a photo, but don't get too close because then it'll look like shit. I'm like, look, I'm nearsighted as hell, right? Like, I can't fool myself into thinking it looks like crap because I'd be seeing it right now, right? So it's got to look good. So now my only thing is I've got to put enough contrast and shadows and highlighting so that when I look at it 3 feet away, it looks interesting as well, not just one big blur of something realistic. So, yeah, that looks infinitely better. Infinitely better. So much so that, like, I'm glad it looks this rusty. So these structures I got from a vendor that used to come to our shows in Florida called the Phalanx something or another. I forget who the hell they are. I want to say the Phalanx Consortium. I don't know why I want to say that, but... And they sold these things. I'm not really sure what the name of this company is. It's kind of hard to say. They're friends of Gasland. It's Death Racing Apocalypse Car Accessories. Let's see if they're. Let's do a quick search for that and see if they're on there. And at the time, they only made this and this. I picked them up at a show 7 years ago or something like that. Let's see. Death Racing, a bit morbid. Death Racing, Apocalyptic Car. Apocalyptic Car Accessories. Let's see what we got here. Gaslands. They may not be in business anymore. Yeah, I don't know. But yes, there's going to be. We're doing stuff for Gaslands. We'll do. I want to do gameplay videos, and this is a relatively easy game to get. I already had the stuff for it. I already enjoyed the game. We played our first refresh session last week. I only had one of these gates. Only one of these painted, and these weren't painted. I'm like, all right, let's get this off the ground. I'll be right back. I need to go to little boy's room. Be back in a jiff. All right. Yeah, I don't know if they're around anymore. Phalanx Consortium, the Phalanx. Let's see what the name of the. So family owned little. I don't know if they do that for a living or is it a side gig. They used to. I'm a little upset with them. They don't come on our show anymore. The Phalanx. The Phalanx Consortium. Yeah, the Phalanx Consortium. The Phalanx Consortium used to sell their stuff. Let's see. Let's view their shop. Let's see if it's on there. Yeah, Tennessee or North Carolina. I was it one of those two places. Categories. I don't care about 15% off. I want to see your inventory, damn it. All okay, that's nice. All products. Let's see what they got here. They got bases. Oh, Jesus, stop asking me about emails already in use. Okay, well, I didn't want the discount to begin with. Jesus Christ. No. No. This shop is hard to navigate. Let's see the catalog. How about there? The Jeep such Corby organized blood and valor, and there's victory for some knuckle dusters and visitors, abilities and skill. Maybe they don't have it anymore. Maybe they don't have it anymore. But there's lots of people that make different stuff for the. I mean, if I want to buy gates now, I don't want to look now. There's probably gates I like more than these. You know, there's a picture of this, but if you click on it, you can't actually go to it anymore. So if you look at Gaslands gates, okay, and you do a search for that on the first set of pictures. Let's look at images. I believe this is where I found it. Let's see. Let's scroll down. I mean, there's a lot of stuff out there now. Really creative stuff. There's a lot of stuff at MDF, and then that's not even counting all the 3D printing stuff. I mean, there's a lot of things. I mean, this guy even made a gate out of like tubing. That's cool stuff, man. That's just, you know. The only thing I wish it had like a base. I could add that on there, but I think that it's collapsible so you can like travel with it. You know, some people have like freaking wrecked cars on the top of it. I mean, yeah, that's really neat. That's really neat stuff. So I'm not so sure I'm going to leave it as this. I may enhance it as it goes, but I just want the experience to be a lot better than just kind of, here it is. Course gate for Gaslands Etsy. This is, I believe if you go to visit, it doesn't go anywhere. But these are the gates that I have. And I probably would not choose those now. There's probably more creative things now. What I don't like about these is that they're exactly the same. Every one of them is the same. I like a little bit more haphazardly. I mean, look at this that somebody created. Like the sign's about to fall off on one of the participants. Like, you know, gotta like that. You know. I particularly like this one, although it's even more orange than mine. Now we dulled this down with that camel color. I'm liking it. I was like a little like we need to change this a little bit, but like that's pretty cool the way they did their sign. So that's kind of what I want the signs to be on it. So I'm probably going to make my own special gate, and I think I'm probably going to not use gate 1, gate 2, gate 3, gate 4, and start might be okay, but the other gates I'm probably going to give them a name, like, you know, we got to drive through the Anarchy Gate and then go through the Chaos one, and, you know, that kind of stuff. Something that's just, you know, a little bit more like personality. You know, I also don't want to like write gate 4 times. Like, you know, do something a little bit, have a little bit more fun with it than that. So yeah, this This did it. I went from like, I don't know if I like this to, and I can tell you right now, I'm probably going to add some of Tony's tones. I guess that's what we call them now. And drip out of some of these rivets a little bit. Some of these other wash colors, but you know, not a lot. We're in a good place. Let's move this and do the same treatment to the rest of these and get all the gates looking like this. Yeah, this is why I did this all day yesterday. I'm like on a fucking high because it's like I haven't touched this stuff in forever, and you guys hanging out with me has helped tremendously. I've been able to stay on task. I had a great day yesterday. I felt like I did something, you know, really productive, you know, and you know, and then we can focus on the vehicles and stuff. I got lots of vehicle ideas, but you know, you work on the vehicles and you still have these gates that don't look great. So you know, yeah, there's all kinds of stuff on Etsy. All kinds of stuff on Etsy. You know, I'd love to find a little pair of shoes, have a pair of shoes hanging from a little thread over the side, like somebody went, you know, punks and do shit like that. Throw shoes up there and. I don't want to call this Gaslands. I don't want Gaslands stuff on it because it could happen that I change the name of what we're doing because it's, you know, we're starting with the core game, but we may end up playing it in our own way. I don't really want to call it Gaslands and it be confusing. Well, I didn't know you played Gaslands that way. I said, no, we're doing our own spin on maybe one aspect of it or something like that. Yeah, I'm getting Interstate 76 and what's that other game? Borderlands vibes off this. Both of which are games that I like. Yeah, even if the 3D printed stuff wouldn't have been invented, there's lots of MDF options. And I like MDF other than gluing it. I don't like gluing MDF at all. It's unpleasant. But the only part I didn't like of this painting process was actually using the airbrush. Because it worked, but man, I had a fight with that Joker. You know, it just, if I can get away with hand painting it, it's just steady progress, no issues. Badlands, Blastlands. You know, because you got to have blasts. What's up, Jeffrey? Good morning. Missed you, man. Had some good discussions yesterday morning. Did some shopping. Found one vehicle that was difficult to find. Found it. Not too happy with how my Hayabusa has turned out so far. But if we learn anything from this is, you know, don't be too quick to judge how things turn out. Like I said, I like to say this all the time, and I'm not trying to brag, but I really don't remember when things don't turn out well for me because I can I could turn it around. Doesn't mean anybody might like it. I need to be happy so I can be, continue to make more stuff. So I get up in the morning and I'll do this instead of messing around with War Thunder or something like that. This is the stuff that'll continue putting me in a good mood. My wife says yesterday, I said, man, you're in a good mood. I said, well, no shit. Yes, today turned out freaking great. So I think what we need to do is we need to enhance these, maybe with some junk. It's not a huge priority, I just want these to look good so when we start playing them. You've been treated to breakfast by friends this morning. Well, hopefully it wasn't an English breakfast. I don't know. Oh man, I've had that black pudding stuff one time. That was no, not again, not again. Beans and toast. I'm fine with beans and toast. I would prefer to pick a different bean. That makes sense. I like all the beans except those. I'm not a bean hater. Need some Cuban beans. Now we're talking. Then that works. And there's stuff that I ate as a kid that I wouldn't eat now. But that's the things I wouldn't eat them now. Like there's stuff I was forced to eat as a kid that I wouldn't touch. I do not want my daughter to eat now, olive loaf and shit like that. Like, daughter's not eating olive loaf or bologna or, no lips and assholes meat, Stuff that you ate in the 1970s that kids made fun of you back then, they'd really make fun of you now, like, can't believe some of that stuff's still sold in stores, I do like English bacon though. Or I do like American bacon cooked like the English bacon style, like not overcooked. But the problem with breakfast food is it doesn't stay with you. Like you go out for breakfast and the next thing you know, in an hour and a half, I'm ready to eat again. Maybe that's just me and my tapeworm talking. Its name is Frank, by the way. Oh man. Let's see. Let's just do it the same way. We're gonna give this a wipe. I mean, it's hardly anything. Just to make sure nothing's wettish. Rinse this. Let's do the next one. Got our camel there ready. No, that is what it's called, right? Camel? Chameau. Oh, it identifies as a French camel. A camel that likes to smoke cigarettes. And we're going to do the edges. Where the hell is Marcus? He didn't make parole today? Well, I've been working the last couple days with some of these larger brushes and really enjoying it. First of all, they speed up the process. And they're not something I'm normally able to use. Uh-oh. All right. Now for the grand finale. Not even blood pudding on offer. The beans stayed in the ramekin. Bacon, egg, and sausage, extra hash browns. Oh, I like hash browns. The problem I have with eggs is, I don't know what the hell my wife does, but her eggs are incredible. I tell her that all the time. It's just literally incredible. I don't know anything. I don't know. Magic touch, lady. So, like, everybody's eggs suck compared to hers. We also use eggs that I don't eat eggs very often at all. I mean, maybe not even 4 times a month. Maybe not even that often. And, We use the special eggs that are like, they're damn near orange. They're really colorful, vibrant, and they've got a lot of flavor. And you know, they don't use those in restaurants. They're gonna use whatever they can get to you that's the cheapest. The Hoffman. That's a very English breakfast. I got up late start this morning, probably won't start up anything. Well, I'm on a freaking tear, man. I'm doing stuff for you and me. I woke up and did not like the way these gates turned out. And I thought, man, they're just too orange, and that's not it. They lacked depth. So we added this dry brush of camel, a little bit of black lining, and it's like, it's on point now. So don't be too quick to judge. Same thing with Hayabusa. I'm not giving up on Hayabusa. Let's give it enough attention, and it'll reward you. All right, now we got two. Let's put them together. Looks great. And we're still going to do some of Tony's tones on there. Coming off these rivets here. I'm going to leave these pylons alone. If I did anything to them, that would take forever and a day. But the actual part up here might enhance that a little bit more. I will figure it out. Yep. I just have to do it where I'm just doing that and not like in 50 different directions, because like I did the dark drippings on this and it looks great. Now unfortunately the weights are still on the back, so that's nice and bright, so I'm not going to focus on that right now. They're definitely usable. I don't know why they're cold, but feels almost like they're wet. And you know, if we play the other night, you know, this stuff we went from basically unpainted to like wow. You know, so I got that play mat that is just absolutely gorgeous. As a matter of fact, I'm going to show you guys a bit of it. See if I don't fall over getting it. It's curled up. I don't want to unroll the whole thing. It's 4x4 and it's heavy. And I don't remember who the hell makes it. But it's one of the most beautiful things I've ever seen for gaming. And I've taken photographs of some of my miniatures on it, and it's like, there's no background that looks as good as this. It is literally incredible. Let's see if I can, it's really, really big. Let's see if I can, and it's like a factory floor. Let's kill this. This is getting a little too much kickback. But here is a excerpt, and this is like a mouse pad, and it is just absolutely incredible. I mean, I couldn't paint this. First of all, it would take me a lifetime to paint it, and I don't think I could do this good a job. It's absolutely incredible, absolutely incredible. I don't know who the hell makes this anymore. But it's not shiny. It's a mouse pad, and make sure I don't get any paint on it. Not that I couldn't wipe it off. This ought to look really good on it. It's incredible looking. Incredible looking. And it's 4x4, which seems to me pretty small. They also made these things in 3x3, but you know, got sponsors on the Quality Auto Certified Rocketry, Starlink. Yeah, It's gorgeous. I don't remember how much it was, but what like that? No, no, I gotta sub stuff out. That's incredible. Those people need an award named after them. Somebody said that online. I remember that. I mean, that is a good way to put it. Like, that's so good. Those people need to win an award that's named after them. Well-known hobby YouTuber. No, no, I don't want to get into that. I got enough on my plate. I got enough on my plate doing this. But yeah, this is getting. We're nailing this. We're nailing this. I'm just not going to use these gate names. These look absurdly stupid now compared to this. This clear piece of red plastic that just comes up here. It just looks too. It looks too perfect. I don't necessarily hate the font. It's too perfect. So what I'm planning on doing is I'm probably going to hand draw them. Thinking out loud here. And probably cut them out of cardboard. I want the individual letters. Cut them out of cardboard and then paint the cardboard. And that's probably what I'm going to do. And I'm not going to name them gate 1, 2, 3, 4. I'm going to give the gates names. Not like Frank or Lucy or anything like that. I mean, like... You got to go through the Chaos Gate and then, go through the Armageddon Gate. Maybe not Armageddon, but, stuff like that. Just have names that are, destructive sounding names for each one of the gates. By the way, the video links that you sent me, I couldn't play them. But I can still see a snippet of the video, so like I could go and out. I could type exactly what that heading is on YouTube and find it, but somehow the link didn't work. But it's not that big of a deal, It's not my first rodeo. Okay, let's continue on. Yeah, we're on a freaking tear. We're on a freaking tear. Did you end up seeing? Yeah, I showed you yesterday what vehicles I got. So yeah, the Mexican gang things. They've got quite a few vehicles now. I think I got four vehicles for the British, 4 vehicles for the Germans. I got the Mexican guys are all set up. I got Rednecks Ahoy, Am I going to run into issues having rubble flags on things on videos? I mean, they're going to be my painted. I'm not going to buy rubble flag decals, but you can't have all these. I'll have to look into that. I mean, I'm not. What am I thinking of? I'm not Can't think. Promoting. Thank you. I'm not promoting any of their kind of stuff other than them being stupid rednecks. What I don't want to do on that Japanese car is paint a meatball on it. And the reason I don't want to paint a meatball on it, I don't have decals for them. And I don't want to spend an eternity trying to even out the circle. You know, like come in and paint a little bit more. Okay, it's a little bit more on that end, but, you know, that's just going to suck up so much time, you know. Yeah, I'll have to look and see if the rebel flag is going to be issues having it on video. There is a workaround I've already thought about. You know, and the workaround is just to reverse the colors. Just to reverse the colors, then you got a red X and a blue background, and you call the red Nix, like next being an X. Done. Who's that? It's the red Nix team. Okay. I want to doing a race, and it's like, oh, you're using symbols of hate. No, I'm not. It's stupid inbred rednecks. Oh, that's not from the South to know that. All right, and we did this one. Instead of stopping and doing this, let's go ahead and finish these other two. Let's go ahead and do all the posts, as we know we're on the right track now. Uh-oh, we don't need to damage the Spitfire in a way, even though it's going to be a long time before we get back to the Spitfire. Sorry. No Germans pay. There's no German planes coming over to strafes. We'll be all right for a little bit. Let me go fill this thing up with some water. I'll be right back. I got pulled into a task. Not a big deal, but oh man. Oh, so today it's safe to say that these what do you call these things? The gates will be good enough to use like in a legitimate game. I like have a photograph of something taken next to it. Yeah, it's blurry because I'm the world's worst picture taker. So, it's pretty decent. This is a vehicle I did a while ago. I'd probably do a better job now. But it doesn't look bad. Yeah, taillights. I love painting the headlights and taillights. It's cute. Yeah, that rust color of this is we're good now. So I want to play a game that looks awesome. Not like you see these pictures. Man, it's a great looking game. Can you play it? No. You can play the game, but your stuff looks like crap. Like, no, we're not. We're not doing that. We want a good looking game. An enticing looking game. And we did that one already. All right. So all we need to do is do the 3 tops, which we did that one already. Okay, we need to do these 2 tops. And then dry brush all this stuff, and then the gates are done. Until we do the Tony's tones, which isn't a huge priority. Oh, missed one. But we're not going to mess with the pole position stuff just yet. It's no point in start tinkering with stuff until we got more experience. But That was the hardest thing. It was hard to figure out whose turn was next, who had already moved, because we didn't have one car each. You know, we had two. So we ended up using like little tokens or whatever to put next to it if they've moved or. Simple game, multifaceted. A multifaceted simple game. I don't even know what time it is. 10? 10:38. Okay. Yeah, this isn't. I'm not doing exactly the most glorious stuff for this, but it's stuff that needs to be done. You know, then when we're done with this, now we can work on. All right, like I want one barrier that looks like something or another. Maybe using a piece of styrofoam or whatever. Now you're only working on one barrier. You got the meat and potatoes done of this stuff. You know, for the time being, we can keep using the keep using the vehicles unmodified. And next week we've got a short week because we're off on Friday. Going to the show. Okay. And some people go on Thursday too. Like, no, I did that one time and it wasn't worth staying another night in a hotel. Which gets more and more and more expensive every year. Like everything else. They haven't sent me a status on the. They haven't sent me a status on my order yet, have they? I don't think so. The one with the guns and stuff. It should be in. We'll mess with that after next week. It should be in by then. Hotels are overpriced here. Everywhere I've traveled, hotel prices are way more affordable. What's happened is there's places at hotels that there's a lot of hotels that just they don't put any maintenance into them, and the hotel will be like brand new, and you come back a year later and the place is trashed. They didn't put a single cents in it, and into it. I don't need anything fancy. I just need the air conditioning and the place to be clean. The hotel the convention's held at, I won't stay at anymore. I refuse to. After the 1 year where they had literally the fire alarm went off in the middle of the night, probably because somebody lit a joint, flooded one of the floors, flooded the floor above us. I don't know how the hell we didn't get water leaking between the floors because it was, but anyhow, we had to go outside at like 2 in the freaking morning or something like that. Didn't know what it was. And then, so that's kind of a fluke thing, right? So, like, how long is it going to take to get back in? So we get back into the hotel, and within 15 minutes, the alarm goes on again, off again. I'm like, that's it. I was this close to just sleeping in my fucking car and just saying, I'm leaving. So I'm not staying at that dump again. That's never happened ever. So I just stay somewhere where we could use the points for it. I stayed at the hotel for the convention every time. They raise a stink. Well, you need to support the convention by staying at the hotel. Well, you need to have it at a better fucking place. There's some people that have gone to the convention and have never stayed at the fucking hotel. So I'm like, I did it for 20 something years. They can suck it, and I won't stay at the hotel anymore. Either that or I won't go to the convention. I'm not dealing with that. I work too hard to put up with bullshit like that. Now, with that said, if I was going with the girls, we'd have to stay at a better place. Because you don't want your girls staying somewhere. It's nasty or whatever. But the check-in process at a hotel, it's a second tier hotel. The convention room is fine. There's nothing wrong with it, but I won't stay at that place anymore. And it's not like it's the host or anything. The host is a complete shit show. But you're paying over $100 a night by the time you're done. I'm like, just to hang out with people, because that's really what I'm doing. I mean, I don't really go to game. I mean, I do, but that's not the big pull. So I really like shows that are just like one day type things. Like model shows that you go, you drive an hour and a half, and you're there 4 or 5 hours, and then you drive back. You don't give up your whole weekend. You still have a weekend on top of your hobby stuff. Which con is this? They call it Hurricane. It's the same as we have a Hurricane at the end of September, and we have a Recon at the end of April. And it's the same convention 2 times a year. It may sound like it's the same people held at the same place, same type of folks go to both of them. Some people claim that one of them is more popular than the other. I can't tell the 2 conventions apart. It's the same thing. It's the same organization puts both of them together. The Recon is in April and Hurricane is in September. And it's in Kissimmee. It's really Orlando. It's right next to it's on 192, which is the old road to go into Disney and stuff like that. It's like the 441, except it runs the other way. The old school stuff. So there's a lot of places that are on there that, commerce of all you can eat lobster and stuff you wouldn't want to. It used to be held at a place on International Drive in Orlando. And, but I think the hotel changed hands and, because one of the deals with the convention is it's something like, they gotta hold it at a place that has enough meeting space, but yet they can, make special deals or whatever for it. But so you can't just hold it anywhere. Now the nicest convention I've ever had was at the hotel in downtown Lancaster. That place is beautiful. That place is really, really nice. The parking's abysmal, but the place is actually great. The parking is abysmal, but it wasn't abysmal for us because, I don't know if Mitch is an early bird. I make him an early bird. We got to get there and set up. So, we had no problem finding parking. But, the convention started at 9, and we were already in the parking lot at 7:30. So, in the parking garage. We didn't have any problem, but some people had a moo cow. Look, there's some things you can't be late for. If you're late for some things and you suffer for 3 hours because of, or worse, you should have gotten there early, So I'm not late for movies, a flight, things that are just like a catastrophe. If you this is the wrong day to be lazy, Camel, chameau. Okay. The French camel. All right. But I don't have a huge interest in going back to Historicon, but if I did, I would not go to the Lancaster. I'm not going to that. It's not, I wouldn't go to the host. I wouldn't go to the Lancaster host, which was held before. I'm not going there. Last time I was there, it was like they were remodeling. There was a big hole in the ground. I mean, it looked like Stalingrad, except there weren't any communists and Nazis running around. We're driving way too far. I have very limited vacation days to be putting up with bullshit like that. Maybe if you live at home with your mom in your basement and you don't do nothing but, stream on Twitch, you could put up with that. But I'm working too hard to put up with that shit. I don't need a 5-star location, but, I don't need a dump either. Oh, I don't think I did the edges here. Shame on me. You bring shame on your family. But that's the only hotel that if my wife went with me, which, she don't want to, I wouldn't be able, I don't have time to spend any time with her. So why, but if she went with me, she'd stay at the downtown one in downtown Lancaster. That's the only convention hotel I'd want her to stay at. The rest of them are just Poor, very poor. Yeah, gamers are cheap, and most gamers are cheap, and most gamers are like, game too much, don't work enough. You could get it. I'd like to game more, but you got to pay the bills, man. How's walking around Orlando? Well, the park that it's at is not. It's kind of a tourist area, but it's kind of like a tourist area has been. Where they get like a lot of people that are like come from Europe and stuff like that, and they're not I was talking about this to somebody. I forget. I think it was somebody at work. Somebody was younger at work, and I said, I've lived in this whole area basically my whole life since I was like 10 years old, and not until about 2008 did you see homeless people. Have there always been homeless people? Yes, but they were like not on the interchange at the interstate. They were like, tucked away somewhere where I don't know if they would get arrested or people would beat them up. I don't know what it was, but they were not visible. Homeless people were like just not visible. I mean, the town I live in is, well, back then it was probably, 65,000 people. And now it's maybe, if the students are in, 140, 150,000 people. Not too big. There's not really any crime per se. I mean, there's crime in certain parts. There's crime in every place, but they're in is there crime? Is there bad crime in places that you frequent? No, I don't have a crack habit, so I don't. There's certain parts of town I don't need to go to. Right, and that's where homeless people and stuff would be over on that side of town. But they now are front and center everywhere. In interchanges. I don't know. I have my suspicions of what it is, but it's just more people and too much recreational drug use. I mean, that's the only thing that changed is kind of like the acceptance of that. I don't know, but there's a home problem with homeless people everywhere now. That didn't exist. It wasn't visible in the 1980s, and even in the 1990s, it wasn't visible. So let me give you an example. When I went to Europe, right? You go to Europe, people walk everywhere. We literally park in go to the hotel, and there's like nowhere to park close to park, so you just walk everywhere. And it's not necessarily a metropolitan city, but a city like maybe the size of Tampa, okay, which is still a big city as far as I'm concerned, but 300,000, 400,000 people. People walk everywhere. They go one place, they leave, and they go and they pick up something along the way. You don't do that in the United States. In the United States, if you're walking on the side of the road here, there's something wrong with you. You're either exercising, or your car broke down, or you're homeless, or or one of those. And in Europe, people that are all right and there's nothing wrong with them are out there walking to as transport from point A to point B. Now, I'm not anti-car. I mean, I didn't have a car for a long time when all my friends had cars, so I don't plan on never having a car. But it's nice when you go visit a place, you don't feel like you need to have a vehicle to or you're slumming it up. So that's the biggest difference. You see somebody walking on the side of the road here on the side of 441 between here and say town, which is country, but there's something wrong with them. It's just not something that's This is suburbia. People aren't walking on the side of the road near a busy highway for multiple reasons. It's too hot. People would, if you're one of these girls that's running around, exercising or whatever, you're going to get these people that are going to catcall you. Who wants to put up with that shit, So, it's unusual to see people on the side of the road. No, not in the neighborhood. Neighborhood's fine, exercising, doing your walking. I mean, hell, even I do that, but I'm talking about on the side of the road, the side of a busy road, where there's a sidewalk. Unless you're broke down or something like that. I had this one dude with his shirt pulled up over his head, like Beavis and Butthead, waving his arms like a maniac. Yeah, those people are dangerous. I get them in my neighborhood now. It's weird to see some weirdo screaming into the air walking down your suburban. Yeah, it's, there's something wrong with them. We had, in the other neighborhood that we lived in, we had a guy who was a problem. He was a hoodlum, and this neighborhood was not in the hood that we lived in. If I'm going to deal with those kind of problems, then I'll have a mortgage that's a third as much, right? If I want, I had a friend of mine who'd game, and he would brag about how his property taxes were lower every year. I'm like, yeah, because you live in a fucking crazy crime zone. I don't have that problem, I don't want to come home from work and I can't get into my house because everybody's parked on the road, or they're having a fight in the middle of the street. That's what you pay more mortgage for, so you don't have those issues, so all your belongings don't get broken into and stolen while you're at work, because your neighbors are not at work and don't have anything to do. That's why I don't want to live in a hoity-toity place. I can't have those kind of problems where I'm home because, I'll have to hire a vigilante, But we had this one guy in the other neighborhood that we lived in for 20 years, and every year it got less good. It never got bad, but it got less good. I had a neighbor next door. Something was wrong when his fence fell down and he wouldn't fix it. He put a sheet over there. He had windows. His windows were covered with aluminum foil. So either he's not running air conditioning, or he's growing something in there, or the guy is just he didn't like people parking in front of his house. He'd go off on people, if they were visiting our house or next door. The guy was just unhinged. Something was obviously wrong with him. And then we had another guy that was nowhere near our house, but it was kind of around on the block, where we were walking at early in the morning a couple times, the wife and I, and this guy just decided to just start yelling and wanting us to come to his house. It's that's not how a normal person behaves. So I'm we got to stop walking, because this guy's obviously dangerous, So he's cooking something in there. Whatever. That doesn't belong in our neighborhood. It's not this isn't the freaking hood, So this is a family neighborhood that was 25 years old. It's not super old or anything like that, but you gotta avoid people like that, And that didn't happen when I was a kid. When I was a kid, the big problem is going around a neighborhood and having a dog chase you. You'd have some dog that would chase you like a Doberman, fuck, thing's gonna bite me or whatever. You didn't have a problem with crazy people. It was crazy dogs. Now the dogs are better behaved. The people are crazy. Those meth labs are dangerous. They can blow up. Yeah, I don't know shit about drugs, man. I really don't. I'm naive when it comes to that, because it's not. I just don't have a clue. I've never had any friends that are into drugs. I've never done any drugs. I've never bought any drugs. I've only been around I mean, other than now that people like are out in the open, I've only been to four, I think maybe four situations where somebody was even smoking pot, like inside of like a house, like, and they're like, "Hey, we want some." I'm like, "No, no, don't want any part of that." And that was a long time ago. Now, somebody can go on their back porch and they're doing that shit, and now it's, but I don't know shit about that stuff, and the heavy stuff, I've never even seen the heavy stuff at all. I've never seen coke or, meth or any of that kind of stuff, so, but, I live a sheltered life when it comes to stuff like that, You grew up around stuff. My mom's husband and half the church we went to was all in church. It was into meth. Well, hallelujah. Hallelujah and pass the bong. Wow. I don't know anything about it. I don't. My daughter knows more about drugs than I do. Just because it's more prevalent now. And it's not part of my culture. Like, I feel like alcohol is part of my culture. And I don't drink, really. But, I mean, it's just part of, like, wine and, it's a Latin thing, You go and you have it, people come over, you have a drink. Do you get trash? No. Do you do anything crazy? No. You just have a drink. It's just part of, it's an appetizer that we have that's part of our culture. I don't drink enough. I end up having alcohol that goes bad, but that I do know about. But the other stuff, I don't know anything about it. And the worst thing about it really is, like, if you want to, like, do whatever it is you want to do and make it yourself, okay. But when you're into some kind of a habit that you need to get involved with an individual that is nefarious, I don't really want to invite that person into my home, Like, say you're like, you're with somebody, like, let's say you're into marijuana, right? And this is looking at it from standpoint that from a standpoint of somebody that's never done drugs, has no plans to. And let's say you want to go buy a pot from somebody, right? And it's still pot, just a plant, whatever, whatever. Okay. If you grow it yourself, and that's what you want to do, that you're not interacting with anybody who's into nefarious kind of stuff. But if you have to invite like a drug dealer, who knows what else is he doing too? Maybe he's trafficking kids. Maybe he's doing something else. Like, well, pot never hurt anybody. I said, yeah, but you're interacting with somebody who is like, you shouldn't be inviting into your home kind of thing, So I have more problem with alcohol than pot. But that's just because the idea of alcohol is cool, is shoved down your throat since the day you can watch movies or listen to music. As a kid, my brother and I just thought everyone was super excited and had a lot of energy. Most of these people have been arrested by one drug or another. I have a problem with alcohol for this idea. So one of these websites that we visited, when my daughter was little is called Common Sense Media, and I believe it's still around. And Common Sense Media, you could go on there and you could list movies, and they would rate them on different categories of like 1 to 5. Were they violence, language, sex, drugs and alcohol, and one of them was consumerism. And I'm like, who gives a shit? But we were exposed to consumerism as kids. You'd watch cartoons on Saturday morning and be like, Honeycomb and Hubba Bubba and all these things that they want to get into your kids' heads. So when they go to the store, like, mommy, I want this, because they see it on a commercial, right? I always thought, well, that's kind of stupid. I don't give a shit about consumerism with, my daughter, because, your kids aren't growing up in a vacuum. You have to be a parent to them. Now, there's some people that aren't parents to their own kids and just let them do whatever, and they they go to school and grow up to be communists, and and all that kind of stuff. They're influenced by other people. You need to set the example as a parent. So I don't think the consumerism isn't necessarily a problem. The same way that I guess I never saw people drinking and that it's cool. It's something that we always did at home. My parents were super strict about just about everything except alcohol. And I never abused it. Have I ever gotten drunk before? Yeah, but did I do anything stupid while I was drunk? No. I didn't do any of that stuff. But it's it was never something that was forbidden. So it was like not a big deal. I could, like, if you can't drink anymore, okay, cool. I can't drink anymore. It's not a big deal. I don't want the government or somebody telling me that I can't have a drink. But I don't want somebody who I have no real respect for telling me I can't do something that I already do, that I behave better than everybody else at. But my parents were strict about damn near everything except that, and it's like, it's not a big deal. Again, part of it is just it's cultural. So yeah, I'd have the people in college are like, oh man, pot's not a problem. It's people that get drunk and drive and stuff like that. And I'm like, I don't do crazy shit when I drink. I don't get angry when I drink. As a matter of fact, it's the opposite. You know. They got to do something about the smell of pot, though. It smells fucking horrible. We were in Target yesterday, and somebody went by. We were looking at whatever it was, and these two young people came by. These young punk people came by, and they stank up the whole road. It smells horrible. It smells absolutely horrible. It's like, dog shit. It is as unpleasant to smelling dog shit. It's pungent and just like, regardless of anything else, it smells horrible. Absolutely horrible smell. In principle, I don't think it should be. I don't think it should be. I don't think anything should be banned. But I know how to behave, and I still don't. Still not going to do it. What I do like is that anesthesia. That stuff's fun. Hey, count to three. One, you're under, and you wake up and you're like, you had dreams, and you think it's a day later. That's some cool shit. I never did it because nobody that I was around did it, and I always associated like a hippie type of a vibe to it, and I don't have anything to do. I'm not saying I'm a yuppie or anything like that. I'm just saying that I don't do anything hippie like. So like the culture that's around it is just doesn't appeal to me. You know, it might make me feel great. I may be a better person on it, but I'll never know because the culture I associate with it is just like I don't want to have anything to do with that. But I can tell you when I went to Colorado and it was legal there, like people just didn't give a fuck about anything. It was just like like nobody had motivation to do anything. And like, if this country needs something, it's more motivation, not less motivation. Like we're lazy enough. We don't need any more I don't give a fuck attitude. Like we need to give more fucks. More fucks must be given, you know? Somehow we got a little bit of, there we go. Nothing a little bit of spit can't fix. Okay, let's assemble this one so that we know this one is complete. But, I understand some people can't handle drinking. And, it would be like if every time I decided to have a beer, I'd spill half of it all over myself. Well, I probably don't need to be drinking, right? But that's not the reaction it has with me. I mean, I laugh about it, but it makes me a bad person. I'm a lot more likable. I certainly like myself more. But no, my drug of choice is caffeine, without a doubt. Like, I'm not giving up caffeine, man. I'm dying on that fucking hill. And I'm taking everybody with me, right? Stay away from my caffeine, damn it. All the other stuff I can deal without. Maybe ibuprofen. I can't deal with headaches. But the rest of the stuff, I don't care. I don't care about. I love to talk about drinking. I never drink. I love to make drinks. Never make them. It's not that important. It's not that important. You ban alcohol, though, you're going to have a hard time getting me to dance, though. Oh, man. So, people do whatever they want. I do find it weird. I do find it weird that when I encounter people, and I hope not. I'm not trying to offend anybody. I'm just, you understand where I'm coming from. When I hear of people that don't drink, I'm like, okay, if you have a health reason you can't drink, okay, fair enough, you can't drink. But it's like, we don't drink. Well, why not? Well, because we don't. I'm like, that's just weird. But you got to remember that it's part of my culture. It'd be like, you don't have olive oil. Well, why not? Well, we just don't do olive oil. Like, the fuck's wrong with you? I mean, it's like that's like in our DNA, Like, yeah, you go to some dinner party, like, you're gonna have a fucking drink. You don't have to have 4. You don't even have to have a drink to the point of getting a buzz. That's not the point. As a matter of fact, the last 4 or 5 times I've had a drink, I've not had a buzz. That's not the point, But it's in your DNA. Actually, my parents have never had to talk to me about alcohol. It's never happened, There's things that are in alcohol that inherently make it so that I don't want to abuse it. I get a headache, man. And just like from having one beer, like if I have one beer, I at one Historicon, see, it was the year before COVID. So 2019 at Historicon, this one guy I know invited me out for a beer at the Irish place next to the convention at Historicon in Lancaster. Okay, I had one beer, I had one Yingling. Okay, 1 pint, didn't even have a buzz. Woke up, went to sleep, woke up the next morning with the worst I've ever felt in my entire life, still to this day. I think what happened is my body got dehydrated from having that one beer. Probably no, not enough water. About that time, I'm drinking a lot of water at conventions, but so you remember that. I'm like, I don't. The next day, I'm like, I'm not having a drink. Like, I don't think I drank the rest of the convention. I'm like, I don't want that feeling. I mean, it felt absolutely horrible. I threw up, had a headache. I took stuff for the headache, threw that up too. Unloaded the car in the parking garage. I had to throw up in the car like I'm some drunk or something, or some druggie or some shit like that, like in between cars. That's never happened in my life before. Felt absolutely horrible from having one fucking beer at the wrong time. So I'm real careful when I have it because maybe there's something in me where it doesn't process it great all the time. So I rarely have it, but all right, something queer is afoot, and I think it's we have too much stuff in here already. So we're gonna clean this out at a later date. I don't want to stop and do that. Let's switch to a new brush. It's sticking. So we're not getting as fine as of a thing as something else. It's called a bad pint. Man, I felt horrible. I mean, I felt absolutely horrible. And I didn't feel like I did anything wrong. So, and like I said, I didn't have a buzz. I didn't have a headache when I went to bed. I don't know what caused that. You have a headache, you drink water, the water makes you throw up. Take headache medicine, that makes you throw up too. I'll eat a little bit, that's also bad. Pounding headache where you feel your heart beat in your head. I mean, dry heaves. And didn't even have a buzz. I just would think if I had had that pint in at 4 p.m., that wouldn't have happened. A bad time. Not a day drinker. I either get sleepy or headache or both. Well, yeah, I get sleepy. And yeah, I have to be really conscious not to get a headache. So it's like, I just very rarely do it. It's like, there's too many cons, to weigh out the pros. Too many cons to weigh out the pros. A bad pint. I had a bad pint. That was brutal. That was absolutely brutal. And meanwhile, I know other people that will have a whole 6-pack within a matter of a couple hours, not chase it with any water at all, and be fine. I would be fucking dead. I would be dead if I had 6 beers in a row with no water. Because beer just dehydrates the living hell out of me. Never had a bad run-in with whiskey though. Every time I've had whiskey, it comes out just fine. So, with or without the E, both whiskeys I'm fine with. I'm even better without the E. It's less sweet. I finally killed a bottle of scotch the other day. Killed sounds like but it was a couple of years. I had bought a bottle of what's that stuff called? Lafroig. A bottle of Lafroig, which I really like, and nobody in the household could stand the smell of it. Like, oh, that peaty smell. I hate the smell of that. Oh, it's on your breath. It's terrible. I'm like, this stuff is great. Like, makes you think. Nope. Ain't like it. Think I'm gonna have a hard time having that at the house again. The girls just did not like it. Did not like to smell it. And I'm glad nobody liked it because that's just expensive. I mean, in Scotland, they probably have it on tap, and you have hot water and cold water in Lafroig, but I like the peaty. And yes, it's an acquired taste. I just acquired it. I bought a bottle of Old Fashioned from Treaty Oaks. It's made here in Texas. It's pretty good. Is it like a pre-made Old Fashioned mix, or is it Old Fashioned whiskey, or... Oh, we're a little tight. What's up? What up with that? What up with that? Maybe like this. Esto no me gusta. Get in there. There we go. Okay. Well, we got to see if the Tony's Tones works on this. We got to see if the Tony's Tones works. Now, there's no point in using my favorite tone on here because you're not going to see it, which is light tone. That's the light orangish. Dark tone, that's not one of them. Mid brown. Mid brown is the one that's a little reddish. I think that one. Strong tone. Why am I missing one? There's a tone lost. Tone down. Tone down. Where is it? There's two. Well, this isn't one of them. This is dark tone. This is basically the black. That's the Knoll Oil one. Soft tone. Soft tone, light tone. Okay, so which was the one that... I'm not going to use one of them. Because it's like damn near the same color as rust. I know this one's red. Mid brown, light tone, soft tone. Yeah, strong tone goes away. Okay, mid brown is the red one. Highland Park, worth a try. Okay. We'll be on the lookout for it. I probably will like it. As long as it's not Jim Beam. And I'm not a fan of Crown. I don't like blended stuff. All right. This is the reddish one. This is the one I think that'll work the best. All right, so let's grab one. Let's grab this one that's been around for a while. And let's say we got one of these rivets. It's not super noticeable, but I notice it. Whatever the hell that means. I think this is worth doing. Especially as I enjoy it and Jeffrey named him after me. I mean, I gotta use him now. So Highland Park, the bottle and box are pretty neat. Yeah, it's whiskey with a little bit of orange bitters. When sipped, it tastes really good. I had a mint julep one time that was amazing. Yeah, they all look about the same color on this red background. I picked up this vodka the other day at the liquor store. It's pretty damn good. And it's just not even on the rocks, like freaking neat. It's really busy. Okay, man. Thanks for coming by. We're not going to do anything on the base on this. On the legs. It just, there's too much going on there as it is. That's not necessary. All right, can we even tell? I think so. I didn't take that long. Although I do need to go to the little boy's room. So I'll be right back. Maybe we're going to tinker with one thing. Let me get the black out here. Strong tone. Part of me is like, let's work on cars. I'm like, cars can wait. This is going to get used in almost every event. Like, this needs to look good. I don't know. It's almost like, let's just leave it alone. Let's just leave it alone. I mean, it's an open canvas. I come back later and I want to do something with it. I could do something with it. But these are very, very usable at this point. Very, very, very usable. Look even better when the light's not like bouncing off of them. Let me move them over to the dumb desk. Yeah. This just gives it so much extra bounce off the light that it makes it look chalkier than it does in real life. So we got a handful more of these barrier walls to do with the strong tone, and then we'll stop. Let's sit down here what we're doing. Oh, might as well use this one. I like this stuff so much better than the Games Workshop things. I'm really happy with these washes from War Paints. They behave really well. They cut really well with water. Lots to like. Lots to like. Oh, actually, I meant to check something and I didn't. Wow, somebody got a deal on this. I was watching something and it sold. It's not a big deal. Wow. Okay, well. I'm not convinced that I'm going to be able to use the decals as it is. So it's probably a good thing I didn't get those. All right. Yeah, sold for like $3. Like, wow, 5 vehicles for $3. Like total, plus the shipping. Like it's like under $10 for 5 vehicles. Like wow. And there's certain ones. All right. We got plenty to work on. Don't even buy more shit. I'm not going to get bogged down by painting these weights. I'll get around to them when I get around to them. It's not something I'm looking forward to at all. Okay. Yeah, when we're done doing this, which shouldn't take that long, should take, I don't know, half hour or something like that, maybe. Then we're completely done with the terrain within reason. You know, I got the the actual gate signs to put, which I don't need to have. I can always put those red ones on top. I think what I'm probably gonna do is I'm probably gonna design them not as individual letters, but all as one thing. Cut it out and paint that, and use the stickum stuff to stick it on the front, and probably use cardboard or something like that. That'll be fun to do. But I don't think I'm gonna do it on computer or anything like that. I think I'll just do it by hand. I'll sketch it out with a pencil and if I do individual letters, I got to do individual cutouts, and then I have to individually stick them on. So I think that just having like one placard, we'll see how that works. I got nothing to lose. Like, okay, screw around with it for a little bit. It'll either be awesome or I won't like it. So I'm loving it. I'm loving how that looks. I'm loving how that looks. Now, what stage should we leave this yellow bastard in? Yeah, I better figure out what guns we're gonna put on it, and then yeah, this looks pretty good. The brown wash stuck on here pretty well. I mean, it's a nice looking paint scheme that came out of the box. That yellow bastard's probably going to be the name of it, of the car, anyways. The yellow bastard. Man in the big yellow hat. And I want to get this train so I could like focus on cars. It's kind of annoying to like work on cars. Then like, I still got the gate to do. Like, okay, the gates are we can move on from that. They're plenty usable at this point. My wife has been working on a work project all weekend. She's like, man, I'm gonna have to work all weekend on a work project. I'm like, I gotta do the same thing. Well, I haven't gotten many comments, so I guess everybody's pretty much content how I'm doing things. We don't like the way you're doing it. You do it your own way. There's so many 3D print things out there. I remember there's a somebody that I saw that makes like a 3D printed noodle shop or something like that. Almost like some kind of like modern Japanese type of noodle shop. And it looks really cool. Like, man, how can I implement that in something? Pretty neat. How big is my playing area? Well, the place I could definitely use, the island in the kitchen, measures 42 inches by 90, which is massive. And that's an island that is like, it's got a marble countertop. Like, it's like perfect. It's the one that I played the little tank battle that I did with the BT-7 and the Panzerjäger 1. It's not super big for 20 mil for combat, but for Gaslands that's plenty big, especially because it's rectangular. So you start, you know, if it was like this, if this is 42 and this is 90, you start over here and you go all the way to the end and you come back, and of course it could be all kinds of stuff in between it, and I got palm trees to divide the two sides by. I mean, it's like perfect. It's like perfect for that. Mitch's table, I believe, is 4 by 8, and it's huge. And when we played the last game, we made like 4 by 4 or something like that. And 4 by 4 is plenty big. 4 by 4 is plenty big. That mat is 4 by 4, and this isn't a realistic game, so it can be condensed somehow. You can't have a huge straightaway because then the cars they could get up to 6th gear could have a big advantage. They'd get an extra move on everybody else. So keeping it tight benefits all the vehicles. But I've only played what they call Death Race, which is basically go through multiple gates, and your weapons activate after you pass the first gate, and then you need to make it to the end. That's the only thing we've ever played, all 7 games or whatever. 6, 7 games, always death race. So there may be some other play modes that are a lot more fun. Maybe we got to do blind Gaslands. I don't know how we'll figure that out, but somebody else rolls the dice for you and you don't know what it is and you have to decide what maneuvers you're going to do. Never know, Never know. Blind Gaslands. Blastlands. I can tell you, though, that I like the drive. Like, I'm trying to not hit stuff, And then if there's something to shoot at, okay, there's something to shoot at, but I'm driving the course. There's nothing satisfying about driving shittily. whether it's in a video game, in a board game, in real life, there's nothing to be proud of about being a shitty driver, There's nothing satisfying about that. Uh-oh, what did I get here? But it's going to be a little bit before we film games. Mainly because I want everything like built up nice. Now, we got the gates. They're good enough to go. These things, they'll be good enough to go. It's just a matter of getting, cars or whatever. So it's coming. It'll be, where are we now? End of September. By the end of October, we'll have I'll film some stuff. And I really don't want to solitaire it. It's especially because when we play, we've had everybody likes to play a different way, and that's a good thing. That's a good thing. Some people want to drive it. Some people want to crash into other people. Some people want to blast everybody, and some people are a combination of all the things. I think that would be Mitch. I think Mitch would be probably the combination of all the things. I like the drive. I'm not here to crash, first and foremost. Now, again, it depends what vehicle I'm driving. If I'm driving, say, something called a wambulance, it would be a shame to have a vehicle called a wambulance that doesn't try to wham people. And more than any other game that I've played recently, it definitely feels like it's for the experience more than to actually win. Like, if you win, that's cool. But if you have a good time and lose, that's more important. Well, that goes with any game. But I'm just saying that, as far as winning the actual race. I mean, I'm doing all of these, even though it's unlikely to use them all Much better. Much, much better. But my intention is to have a race with made up cars, with made up cards, and with a driver already on them. And it's just like, okay, who do you get to play? Kind of thing. Or maybe even a choice, like, you pull three, pick one kind of thing. But it saves time. It gives each one a personality. I don't care about the points values so much. I think the car type matters more than the weapons on it. The maneuverability and the hit points, but especially the maneuverability and the gear. Probably the thing that matters the most is how many dice you're rolling. That probably makes the biggest difference. If you got something that's using 2 dice versus 4, the 2 dice thing is a lot less maneuverable. Of course, it can also not get itself into so much trouble either. Because you can not roll a dice. You could probably play the game and never roll the skid dice. Well, okay, you'd stay in one gear. Okay, so that wouldn't work. You'd only stay in the first gear, which means you'd only get to move in one impulse. But Marty's been wanting to play this game. I'd bring this to the con if I had some cars made, and play it as a pickup game. But man, the problem with the con is you're limited by the 4-hour session. So even if 4 hours is plenty of time, you've got this ticking time clock like a bomb that you have to have everything wrapped up in 4 hours. You can't just all right, well, we'll just start a game at 10 o'clock at night and it runs till whatever you can, because they got to lock the whole place out. It's pretty freaking annoying. I would not want to run a game late. My game would be in the morning, like when I can think, like doing math and shit like that at the end of an evening. I'm too old for that. Beautiful. Beautiful. I've hardly played on the computer at all this weekend. That's how busy I've been doing this. That's good, because this puts me in a good mood. And I have to do this anyways. So. So this particular vehicle is going to be a car base. It's not going to be a performance car. It's going to be a car base. And yeah, the back of that got some pretty headlamps to paint on it. A couple things in the process went really wrong, really odd. Tearing them apart first started going sideways. I think I got it back on track, realizing that I was actually it was going too fast. It wasn't cutting into them to break them apart. So the last couple ones I broke apart worked really well. I've got the right bits and everything for it. I mean, it should be, relatively easy. So that part started going sideways and then straightened itself out. The business with the stripper, I was disappointed when I used the stripper, and then I felt like I was going to have to pick at it with an X-Acto knife or tweezers to get all the little bits of paint until I realized I'm just going to use the aluminum wheel and polish it, and that worked like a charm. That was really satisfying. That part worked really well. The only thing is the weapons aren't here, and the weapons will be here, like regular machine guns, like 30 cals and stuff to mount here on the roof and things like that. The armor's not really important. I got lots of plastic card to use. I don't want to cover the entire vehicle with plastic card because then they all look like the same vehicle. And I mean, I'm gonna put on the card what the core vehicle is. Like this, whatever the hell this thing is a 70 something Super B or whatever the hell it is. But probably going to plan on making the game, playing the game the way it's intended, and then we'll make changes as needed. Maybe make this card a little different than some than something else. You could make a house rule, for instance, that let's see, a car is max gear 5, maneuverability 3, right? You roll 3 skid dice. You could have a car like, say something like this, that, or maybe not necessarily this one, that if it has less than, that if it has 3 hazards or less, you could roll a 4th skid dice. Now, I just don't want to start doing that because then you start like, okay, does the game even work or stuff? So there could be like different levels in between that kind of stuff, and I think that there's a lot of potential. There's a lot of potential once we get real familiar with it. One thing that really slowed the game down the other night was we had a situation with Mitch, who did not pick the right thing and clipped one of the gates and trying to figure out what happens, and it's of course abstracted because it took a while to figure that out and going backwards and forwards in the rule book. But once we did that and he did it the second time, like it worked a lot quicker the second time. But like the Germans, for instance, they have a Porsche. They have a Porsche, the BMW 2002, this Audi, and they're going to have a Mercedes. I don't have a Mercedes yet, but they'll have a Mercedes, and the Mercedes they'll all be cars. The Porsche will be the performance car, and I saw that they make a BMW. What's it called? What's that? The car from like the early '80s or whatever, like a Z1 or something like that. It looks like a Lamborghini. It's a BMW something or another. I believe it's a BMW. Like that could be a performance car also. So there's a lot of potential for it. There's a lot of potential for like funny shit. And I enjoy the creativity of it. Other people may just want to roll dice, but I enjoy the creativity. You respond back. Let's see. No. Bastards at work. Just trying to see if we're going to play this week. I want to keep this fresh in my mind. What? Oh, was that it? Yep, let's see what he said. Yes, that's good. Okay. We're going to play tomorrow night. And this is exactly what I should have been working on this weekend. This is exactly it. There was I want to say somebody that I saw that they had taken a bunch of like really cheap cars. So like no name cars you'd get from the dollar store. I think it was like 3 or 4 cars for a dollar store, and they would crush them with a hammer, and they made like this wall of like crushed cars. I'm like, that's pretty cool. And one thing that I'm really happy with that I've discovered relatively recently is the hot glue gun, because the hot glue gun allows you to glue something. It's not really very messy, and you can just keep going making things. You know, you can keep the process going. So you don't run out of momentum. Am I going to do damage barriers like of these? No, I'm going to make some barriers that are made out of like junk at some point. But I'm not going to make any of these damage with like pieces of concrete and stuff like that. That's a little too much. I want to do the jungle race with the palms. You know, and little bits of lichen and stuff, so it'll all be like strewn about. I mean, just for looks. I mean, it doesn't. They don't really affect anything. Buggies. I was surprised the buggies are as fast as they are. The thing that can't take a lot of damage is actually I think it's the dragsters. The dragsters is what really can't take a lot of damage. You can only take like 6 hits or something like that. But just like the way we do in DBA, I want to play stuff that plays a certain way. It doesn't have to be the best stuff, you know. I don't want to be like, I don't want an ice cream truck because they suck. Doesn't matter. You have an ice cream truck. What are you gonna fucking do with it, right? Yeah, at this point, I'm like, I want to stop, but I'm like, at this point, I got this one and two more to do. I'm like, it'd be stupid not to do it because then I could be like, okay, I'm done with them. Post pictures of this stuff on the Gaslands site. You know, maybe get other people excited about the game. I don't know. I don't know what's been going on there. I was on the group as soon as it started, and I left. There was a bunch of like whiny people on there, and I'm like, time to get involved in it again. I've got one that I never repainted. It was the first one I did that I thought that looked awesome, and now I like it the least. So I'm gonna leave it not done yet. So we have 19. That's plenty. We didn't use all 20 last time. We used like 14 of them or something like that. Yeah, once we're done with this, we'll probably work on cars for a while. Get a handful of cars before we work on any barriers. Because the next thing you know, all I'm doing is terrain. You know. Yeah, some wreck. I saw some people were doing some wreck cars, barriers. Yeah, I'm glad I was able to turn those barriers around. I was a little bummed this morning. You just gotta remember, man. Just give everything a fair shot. Don't just discount that you're not going to be happy with how it turns out until you've gone and done all the steps. I gotta figure out where they put those rockets in on Wet Nelly. There might be like a hidden place that I won't even put them on there. But I'd like to put some rockets on there, but all the other stuff is droppers that it has. It might be on the rear window. Yeah, this thing looks nice. This is just need like a wash and and that's it. I mean, you don't really need hardly anything on it. I have half of mine not to tear it apart, but I'm probably not going to be able to resist that. Wet Nelly. You should call mine Wet Willie. Of course, it's not going to have any, going under the water powers. All those feathers and he still can't fly. Last one. Cured ice. Oh shit, it's lunchtime. No wonder I'm hungry. Okay. All right, so that is complete. So that's where we're going to stop this morning, or now that it's turned into afternoon. And thanks for you guys hanging